Alright. Hello. How's it going, folks? It seems that, the game has not finished its, maintenance yet, so we're sort of just waiting on that. I also didn't have an opportunity to finish dinner before stream, so I'm gonna be scarfing down a burrito at least for a few minutes. But I'm here. We can just sort of hang out for a bit. I'll be pinging the game in the background to, as soon as it is ready, jump in. But until then, we're just sort of hanging out, I guess. I'm very excited. I can't wait to get in. It's been a while since I've done this, but I did pre-farm for Castress and have some pretty decent stuff for her. So, as soon as I pull for her, I'm gonna set her up, and then we're gonna be able to just hop into the story. I'm doing pretty good, Josh. How about you? I'm, in case you weren't here a moment ago, very quickly eating a burrito, because I did not have a chance to before. Apologies for the awkward just silence while I'm eating. Alright. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I actually watched the dev discussion earlier today, and I am quite excited by it. I'm very interested. Yeah, I'm surprised that maintenance isn't done. But, yeah, the ZZZ dev talk was very intriguing to me. I'm very curious to see how a lot of that stuff manifests. Because from what they were talking about, it sounds like it's gonna basically be a whole different game after 2.0. But I'm just curious to see how much they change, like, the overall status quo. Because just the way that they were describing things, it very much sounds like there's going to, at the very least, be a lot of new elements for what we can do, but I'll be curious to see how a lot of the pre-existing daily stuff still is working out in everything, because they mentioned some things being changed to fit the new area, and I'll just be curious to see how drastic that change is, because it could mean a lot for the future of the game, and the status quo, the capacity for the status quo to change in the story and be reflected in the gameplay. Almost certainly, given that this is an anniversary patch, they want to make sure it's as good as possible by the time that it actually comes out. So I'm not surprised it takes a little longer, but... Oh, I did not know about the expanded discussion. Or at the very least, I forgot about it. Yeah, I did not expect the full English. I still had subtitles just for making sure I understood everything, but his English was honestly not that bad. Okay, that's very nice that they acknowledge that. That was honestly my biggest issue so far in the story since they sort of got rid of TV mode, was just the pacing of dialogue in, like, actual missions. So I'm glad that they actually acknowledge that. Hopefully the maintenance is done sooner than later. Either way... Guess I shouldn't talk while eating. Either way, I suppose it does mean that we will be absolutely some of the first people in. Nothing like some of the previous times where I'll be, like, an hour behind some people. Yeah, I would appreciate if everything could be voiced, but I also understand with the whole scenario, if there are some people who aren't. Because that shit is crazy. I barely understand half of it. Yeah, that is something I wasn't entirely sure what they meant by. Because one thought I had about the merging of the like special episodes and main story is that hypothetically they'll do sort of what they have with Star Rail of rather than having special episodes, they just integrate what they would put into them into the main story. But I personally really enjoyed sort of the isolated stories of the special program. Not to say that they were perfect, I feel like their integration could be better. For example, the biggest and most egregious one, Soldier Zero and B's story being something you should play before the main story of 1.6. That was rough, and I feel like it should have been more portrayed. Yeah, that is sort of my worry. Oh, right, sorry, I was intending to lower the volume of the background music, but then forgot to do so. Hopefully it's a little better now. If it's still too loud, let me know. But what was I saying? Yeah, the bloat of main story if they integrate side story stuff. It is definitely one of my bigger issues with the pacing of Star Rail as of late, of how they'll typically seemingly just have stapled on to the end of the story effectively a character story. I hope it'll be integrated more than that. Okay, good. It's better? Nice. That is an interesting point on the Trigger story feeling not like an agent story. Yeah, I mean, in isolation, I loved pretty much every piece of what the Emporius story has done so far. It's just, when you put it all together, sometimes the pacing has been rough. Especially in the last, like, hour or so, I'd say, typically speaking, so far. So I'm hoping that that isn't the case this version. I'm hoping that it isn't like we're following Castris the entire time and then the last hour and a half is just Anaxa. I hope it'll be interweaved a bit better. Or interwoven, rather. Yeah, I very much would have enjoyed that last bit much more if it was its own isolated quest, so I knew going into it that it would be sort of separate, rather than it just sort of being at the end, and, like, though it ties in to an extent, like, narratively, it doesn't need to be the very end of the quest. Yeah, I forget when the pacing for HSR is supposed to change. Either way, I suppose we'll see as soon as this is done. Trying again real quick. Nope. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, the puzzle adjustment was very nice. I remember in 3.0 it being very rough as we were trying to get through all the puzzles, like, past midnight to be able to get to more of the story. But it wasn't that bad, but very much still appreciated. Yeah, I rarely watch streamer playthroughs of things before I play them for, like, these, especially for games that I'm already invested in, but I can absolutely understand that sentiment. There is a lot of game series that I have exclusively seen through YouTube videos or streams and just have never touched myself. On Cypher, I'm pretty sure we had a shot of her in the version trailer, if I'm remembering correctly. I might see if I can find that in a moment here. Yeah, I could have gone without the balls. That part, I think, was definitely sort of unnecessary for main story required content. That's cool. I can respect that. As I said, plenty of games that I have never played myself, but know the story of because of streams or videos. Alright. I'm trying to see if I can pull up the version trailer again, just so I can sort of click through it to see anything I might have forgotten. Yes, horror games are absolutely something that I never touch myself, but fairly frequently will watch other people play. I do not have the nerves for horror games. Oh, wow. Yeah, I have been actually myself on and off been playing through the story of Impact's Third. But it's very touch and go. It's something I do just sort of whenever the urge strikes me. But yeah, I do very much love horror games. There's a lot of stories from horror games that I feel like are really, really good you don't find elsewhere. Like I said, I just don't have the nerves for them myself. Maybe at some point on a non-Hoyoverse stream I'll play one just to submit myself to the pain of it, but if you want to see that, maybe let me know, but not the kind of thing I would normally submit myself to. Yeah, I've heard good things about Outlast. I've never actually watched a full playthrough of it or anything, but I've heard good things. That is fair. I can understand that for the FNAF series. That is a series that, like most horror games, I know way too much about and have seen playthroughs of all, but I never touch myself. I feel like I remember there being a shot of Cypher at one point in this trailer. I'm just sort of letting it play in the background, so if it catches my eye. Yeah, God, the game theories were a lot. I have expanded out to seeing some of the other, like, channels that do theories, and dear God, does it get complicated as soon as you do that, because nobody has a consensus on anything! I feel like I have a pretty strong sense of it, though. I definitely would say that alongside stuff like Kingdom Hearts, the lore of FNAF is something I know far too much for having never played the games. Oh yeah, Resident Evil is solid. I honestly, that is a game series that I would very much consider playing at some point. I just never have gone around to it. Given that it is more thriller than horror. Yeah, there are some wild theories from game theory. Yeah, I was very interested on the question of Wise and Bell learning martial arts and stuff. I feel like it's interesting. It inevitably leads me to the thought that we'll eventually get them as playable characters. We're just building to that. And personally, I'm fine with that. I have nothing against that as an idea. Really my main concern with it is in that spot of the reduced Fairy and Eus relevance. Because I do very much like the character of Fairy and the general vibes of Eus. But if it serves a greater story, then I won't be too upset. I just feel like it would be a waste to sort of leave Fairy out of things. Yeah, Fairy is just too good of a character to leave behind, and also given the fact that in one of the major, like, lore teasers we've gotten, it implied, like, the existence of a lot of other AIs, and she is essentially, like, a major lore piece, so inevitably she'll be relevant at some point in the future, but whether or not she's prevalent is what is the concerning bit. But ultimately, I have enough faith in the, like, writers of Zenless to make it, like, to do something good with the story. I just hope that it isn't, they don't waste her as a character. By the way, in scrubbing through the version 3.2 trailer, I did spot a shot of Cypher, so she will show up in this version. Assuming that the trailer isn't lying to us. It's a very, very brief shot. It's literally just her holding this little, like, cat coin thing between her fingers, tossing it up, and we can see both the Trailblazer and Castris are looking up at it as it's tossed up into the air. So, doesn't really say anything about when that'll be, how it'll be, how relevant she'll be, but she will show up, presumably. Was the audio chopping? That's unfortunate. Hopefully it's fine now. Testing once more. I'm just gonna... Okay, good. I've had the occasional on these streams just odd issue like that, but they seem to always just sort of go away on their own, which is appreciated. I do not have the technical skill or powerhouse of a computer to deal with necessarily a prevalent issue like that, so hopefully that will remain the case. But it looks like we're still needing to wait, so we're just sort of here. At which point, I guess we're just continuing to discuss things. I guess I could get into some more of my theories for the future of the story. I obviously, in my latest video, for any of you who have seen it, went a little bit into my theories about Castris and her other half, and its affiliations with just Netherwing and Pollux and all that stuff. So I could get it more into that, actually. But yeah. So, for those of you who haven't seen the video, if any of you haven't, basically the basis of my theory for Castris is that she, based on the last trailer, had a sister who, based on the description of the last video, which I keep forgetting to check in the videos, has the credit of another person being Polixia, which I assume is the sister. But anyways, she had a sister, is the idea I'm going with, and that where my sort of theory expands from just the general consensus I've seen of there being a sister is that Pollux and Netherwing and the sister are all, in one way, shape, or form, one and the same or versions of each other, with my general idea being that sister died either in the womb or after the fact. We have the one shot of the two babies in sort of like encircled by a bubble. To me, that speaks as being like fetuses in the womb, but it could also be they died after the fact at some point. And then what Pollux is an embodiment of death, but also has some tie to Pollixia, which the exact context of how or why, I'm not entirely sure. I believe it was you, Pokelove, who made the comment on the video talking about the potential of Castris actually having some kind of power of rebirth. And that could be one explanation of it, being that rather than fully just outright killing her, it sort of set her up for some weird rebirth reincarnation, or something like that. But whatever form, Pollux is this thing that carries some aspect of her, and then Netherwing is what Pollux either like metamorphosizes into, or after being defeated, Castris is able to like pull Netherwing out of it, or something like that, is sort of the idea I was thinking. And then that obviously becomes her Memo Sprite, but it like has some aspect of Pollixia's consciousness or memory or something in it. But so that's just sort of the general sense of that part of my theory. I really don't necessarily have a ton of more evidence towards what else could happen with that, but sort of my main reason for thinking that Pollux is involved in all this, because I think it's sort of safe to say Pollixia seems like a sister of hers. Netherwing seems to have an association with her. But the Pollux part, really one of my main pieces of why I tie that in, is just the naming scheme of it, of Castris and Pollux. If you know the Greek mythology behind it, you might get some idea of why I'm bringing this up, but I'll get into it here a little bit for anyone who doesn't know. As far as I know, the dragons have never talked, neither Pollux or Netherwing, but I could be wrong. But for some context of Castris and Pollux's like naming origin, Castris is essentially a alteration, a more feminine version of the name Castor, and Castor and Pollux are two siblings in Greek mythology that their exact deal varies depending on what thing you're reading, what interpretation of the mythology you're looking at. But generally speaking, one or both of them tends to be like a demigod, basically, born of one parent being a god. I believe Zeus is the most common one. And typically speaking, if I recall correctly, I'm not like an expert on this by any means, I've just done some research out of curiosity. I think if only one of them has, like, divine power, it typically is Pollux, and Castor is the one who is more just full mortal, because they're typically, like, half-siblings or whatever. But in some interpretations, they are both, like, divine in nature. So, given the fact that those two characters in mythology are just name-wise associated, they're siblings, and on top of the fact that I couldn't really find anything that has them ever separate, almost everything is always the two of them, Even on Wikipedia, they have one conjoined page, that kind of thing. Exposing myself for using Wikipedia there, oh well. But because of that, as soon as I read that, I immediately had the thought that this other half that Castris is looking for has to be Pollux in some form, and that's why I sort of got really excited when first learning that Pollux was the new boss. And it's also why I tie Pollux into this whole association of Pollixia and Netherwing and stuff. And also, even just naming-wise, Pollux, Pollixia, they're pretty similar. They're not, like, identical. They're not as on... Pollixia isn't as on the nose a name as Castris is to Castor, but they have similarities, nonetheless. So, with that, that's just sort of the basis of why I sort of tie that in. We also do just have that brief moment of Pollux in her trailer, sort of sandwiched between imagery of Pollixia and Netherwing, so it also sort of makes sense there. Also, Pollux almost always, like, I think his model and his, like, boss has Pollux almost sort of, like, wrapped around, like, a broken egg or something like that, which would match with the egg that Netherwing comes out of aesthetically. But, you know. Sort of just rambling at that point about, like, why I think that's the case, but, you know. Yeah, no, whenever I'm wanting to, like, do research and want to start casually, but then, like, make sure that it's right, I tend to start with Wikipedia, but then double-check elsewhere, as you say. It's a good sort of casual practice for, like, just general research, if you're going to use Wikipedia at all. But, yeah. This is all just from, like, an afternoon amount of research, though, so if I've gotten anything wrong, that's why. But with that, that's sort of the vibe there, where to get into some just other general theory stuff, I think the biggest sort of question marks going into this new version is how many people will die, if any? I feel like that is the biggest question mark. What is the death count going to be? Because we ended last version with one death. Oh yeah, Durin's corpse. That I'm honestly surprised that didn't come to mind for me as well. But yeah, when it comes to death count, there's a lot of death flags for a lot of people. I very much find it funny how much it seems like general opinion has flipped on the validity of death in the story as soon as Tribby died. Well, not Tribby, Trian. But, God. I feel like the main two to actually consider for this version obviously are Castris and Anaxa, because it's the version that they are highlighted in. I feel like it would be odd for characters to die outside of their version unless it's after their highlight version and it's like end game of the story. Yeah, I have very sort of tentative thoughts on the validity of death so far, because though I feel like Trian's death opened the door to death more actively, I don't think it's a guarantee it will continue to happen. Yeah, and also on Maiday's weak point, we've seen a lot of imagery of weapons stabbed into his back specifically, so there's that as well. But, yeah, as I said, I have sort of mixed feelings on how much they're going to commit to character death, because, personally, I would love if this is a tragedy. I love tragic stories. But to what degree they actually commit to it, I'm not sure, because I feel like, as always, the main question mark is would they be willing to kill a playable character? And the answer with this last version became sort of technically yeah. Because Trian did die, but in sort of an odd way, in the sense of rather than being outright killed, she sort of just like used up her energy and became a doll. Which, though I don't think they'll bring her back, because I feel like that would cheapen her death, or at least I hope they don't, it's entirely possible that if they wanted to bring her back, they could, because her death was sort of in a abnormal form, if you get what I mean by that. It's a weird possibility, but I hope they don't do that. And then there's also the aspect that Trian is one of 3 parts of one character, so even if she is permanently dead, we sort of are sitting in a spot of, yes, they killed a playable character, but only a part of a playable character. So I think probably this version will be a thing to determine if they will actually be willing to kill off playable characters and how many characters we can expect to die. Because both Anaxa and Castris have major death flags, like a lot of the Chrysos heirs, if not all of them. But those 2 especially, I'd say, right now. Maide is one of the big ones. Maide, I think, has some of the biggest death flags. Tribi as well, but for relevance of this version in all likelihood, Anaxa has the issue of that he's technically dead, and he's just a walking corpse, powered by a god, and we don't know how that circumstance is going to alter. Like, we don't know if there will be something that changes to make it so he still continues to live, if becoming a demigod will enable him to still live, even without Circes inside him, or if some kind of weird deal will be made that enables him to keep going. Yeah, there is also the interesting thing of Misha and Gallagher sort of, kind of dying, but not really. Oh, it's up. Okay, let me see if it does work. But to finish my point, that's sort of Anaxa's issue right now of, until stated otherwise, he is... Oh yeah, it is working. He is technically already dead, and we just need to see if they'll find a way to make him no longer dead, or if he'll... Ooh, okay. I did not realize that there was going to be a little animation at the start. Luckily, it looks like you guys caught the last little bit of it. Yeah, let's go to the warp. Right, okay, yeah, this. Alright. Yeah, that is actually very true. Whether or not whether or not Anaxa stays that way, like if they manage to make it so that is a permanent thing or not, we shall see. But who knows? Alright. Realistically, I want all 3 of these in this list, so I need to pick and choose. I don't need Bailu. I don't need these sustains. And then... I don't use any of these characters much. I'm gonna keep Yang-Ching in there just so that I eventually can get him. I'm sorry, Clara, but you do not fit the legacy character role. Alright. That is that. But then on Castris' side, really the main death flag we have for her is just... Wacky. Is just the fact that her Golden Epic PV had her... Right, this thing. Had her, like, passing her heart into us, and it's unclear if she'll survive that. So we'll see, I guess, but... Oh, they condensed this. Interesting. Huh. Alright. Anyways... I guess we can start pulling as we continue to chat. Do I have... Yeah, I have that one. Might as well use it right now. See if we get lucky. I might go for her light cone. I'm hesitant to do it though, just cause as you may be able to tell, I have some resources, but not a lot of resources. Cause that's how much I have, and I have like next to no built-up pity. To show what I've got, it's what, a 10 pull plus 3 more since I got Tribby, because I did end up getting Tribby. I caved. But what that means is it's gonna be real hard if I pull for her to... Well, first, in the first place, if I'm unlucky, I just won't be able to get her light cone in the first place in general. But on the other hand, even if I'm lucky and am able to get both her and her light cone, it would presumably mean that I'm just fully out of resources. And I currently am, if at all possible, wanting to pull for Hyacine, Finon, probably the Fate cameo characters from that, like, from the crossover coming up, as well as some of the other characters. Depending on how Cypher is as a character, I might, like, pull a little bit on them. But, yeah, there's just a lot of characters I want, so it's really tricky. I've accepted that I'm skipping Anaxa just for the sake of me being able to maybe get the characters I want the most. But yeah, no, it's rough. It's rough trying to get all the characters as a free-to-play. So, really, what I'd say for the light cone is, unless I'm feeling particularly desperate for it, I have the max light cones in my inventory. Okay, I'll salvage some, I guess. I do not need all of these 3 stars, but ideally want to keep some. I guess we're doing this now. So what I'd say is, if I get lucky and win the 50-50, maybe even a little early, I'll probably throw maybe a few pulls onto the light cone banner, but we shall see what exactly happens with that. It's sort of unlikely, I'd say, that I'd do it. I'm not expecting for my luck to be good. Alright. Realistically, I don't need to get too many of these out, because I'm not going to be doing more pulls than I can get rid of here relatively easily. Alright, I'll leave it at this for now, just to not have you guys watching me click through all of that for a while. Alright, continue with the polls. Alright, nothing this time. Unfortunate. I need to keep eating my burrito, or else I'm just gonna have it sitting here in front of me cold until we start the story itself. Yeah, Sheila is a really fun character for me. She was my first, like, character I pulled for in the game. I actually, as you may have noticed, have all 3 of the ones that were added to the, like, losing the 50-50 list. So it would just be cons for me. But, hey, I wouldn't be upset if I could get, High Constellation, or Eidolon, rather. Blade, or Fushwan, or Sela. I mean, I actually use Fushwan still, so that one would honestly be the most valuable. But I like all the characters there, so if I have an excuse to use them more, I would be more than happy. Yeah, the only reason I don't auto-trash 3 stars, I didn't even realize I don't have that one yet, is because by not pulling on Light Cone Banner, like, almost ever, I just don't have a lot of Light Cones at my disposal, so some of my characters, honestly, their best option from what I have is just a fully, like, enhanced 3-star. It's rough, but it gets work done. but that is the main reason why I don't just auto-trash them, because I sometimes need them. We are building up with the fact that I already have full Eidolons on these characters. I think I have E6 on Gallagher, but seeing as I have full Eidolons on them, we are building up some extra currency that I can use if necessary. Not a lot of luck so far. Not that I expected to get like 5-star early, but I can hope. Very much so. Basically just making each 10 pull the cost of a 9 pulls instead. Alright, we're getting down to it. We really... Okay, there it is. I don't think that actually is even early. I think that's soft pity at that point. I wasn't keeping too close track, though. Let's see. Do we get it? This is the moment. There it is! Hell yeah! That's what we like to see. Alright. We're doing good. We're doing good. Oh, hi, Gallagher. Alright. Let me consider how much more resources I have, and then maybe I'll throw some pulls onto her light cone. Okay, effectively 40 there. Plus, I can get 50 at this point. Jesus Christ. If there was a Remembrance light cone that actually worked for that was here, I honestly would consider just buying it there, but in this case, it easily is just more valuable to do this. I've never actually pulled on the light cone banners, as far as I know. So yeah, it is 75 chance, like the other games. Okay. And I assume that it is the same deal of max pity being 80. Yeah, max pity being 80. So if I'm really desperate, I could actually get to the 50-50. Yeah, no, I have not worried about pulling for light cones ever. But between the fact that just Remembrance light cones are really difficult to, like, have because of just how new the path is and how niche, comparatively, every Remembrance character ends up being so far, and the fact that I just really, really like Castris, I am tempted. It's basically the question of, do I save these about 40 pulls plus these 50 for basically a guarantee of the next 5-star I pull for? Or do I just pull here and risk it all? Yeah, that's what I generally speaking do. I already have set up with my pre-farming a full Refinement 5, I'm forgetting what it's called, but the one that you can get from the Memory of Chaos shop. That one I have already a fully set up one. So I can use that one. Realistically, it's enough. It's probably the best option. I do not need the story recap. So realistically, I don't need to do that, I don't think. As much as it is tempting, I don't think I need to. And it means, realistically, I can get Hyacinth without issue. So let's just real quick build up Castris so that we can use her during the story. I have... Look, at least I should have all the resources I need. Yeah, the game difficulty almost always is not enough to even warrant it, so that is a fair point. Of course, this is the resource I end up needing to finagle. Luckily, I have some extra here. Of course, the one thing I forgot to make sure I had enough of, because it was not even listed in the, like, in-game build guide. Luckily, I think I should be able to manage. Can I get enough of these? I can get 5. That is a fair point, yeah. Yeah, I've been really appreciating Hyacinth as a character so far. I think she's neat. I'm looking forward to seeing more of her. And I'm very curious to see what her story is going to be like based on the little bit we have of implied
light is coming in.
like death flags and stuff for her. So I'm very excited for that. I'd say between her and Cypher, inevitably just because we've seen Hyacinth more, I'm more interested in Hyacinth. I have not looked at leaks yet because I'm wanting to honestly stop looking at leaks so much. That way my reactions when their kits are officially revealed can be a bit more legitimate. But it is entirely possible that I will just cave and realize that Cypher is a character I like way more. Right, I didn't fully level this, god damn it. Let's see if I have enough to do it. Yeah, the broken wings aspect is what I'm most sort of interested in. I'm also just very interested in Aquila as a Titan, because the way things have been talked about, realistically, once we deal with Aquila, hypothetically, we should be able to make contact with the rest of the Astral Express, and the story might open up drastically. So if that is truly happening in 3.3, that could be very big. Yeah. I guess we'll have to see, though, how Cypher is, like, vibes-wise. It just, unfortunately, is the characters that, I mean, I have characters that Cypher would be good for based on the little bit of her kit I do know. But, Hyacinth is sort of more on my radar, mainly just because I haven't pulled for any sustains, other than Locha and Fushuan. And I'm beginning to feel the power creep on that end. Like, they heal fine, they can heal plenty, or make people stay alive in the case of Fushuan. But in the case of, like, healing plus buffs,
will last much longer
I don't have much. I have Gallagher built and not much else. I never gotten around to getting Huohuo. Huohuo. I always fuck up how to say her name.
The traces
and
we leave in this world will last
it was
much
the same
longer
issue
than death.
for... I guess I'm finally using the Tears of Souls, huh? Never got around to pulling Aventurine either, because though I like both of their characters, it was really just sort of wrong place, wrong time for almost all of their banners. Well, actually, no, literally all of them, because I was either intending to, like, save up for a character, or there was imminently a character I wanted, or was freshly out of resources, or something along those lines. Anyways, this is just me tearing through my Tears of Souls, I guess, because I forgot to grind that one resource. Oh yeah, I forgot about that enemy. Yeah, that one will be tricky for preservation. That is very scary. I'm actually curious how to see how that interacts with Fushuan, because she is definitely sort of the weirdest of the sustains in the fact that she just reduces damage massively. But yeah, so that's why Hyacinth is sort of higher on my list from, like, an actual pull standpoint, because there's plenty of characters I really like that I haven't been able to pull for one reason or another. But, we'll see. Assuming I don't cave and pull for Castorus's Light Cone or Anaxa, I should pretty much be able to guarantee Hyacinth. And then if I don't pull for Cypher, depending on how my Hyacine pulls go, I might be able to guarantee, hopefully, Finon, because I believe Finon's supposed to be 3.4. Also, I don't know why I'm juggling around these. I should have all the resources I need other than literally the easiest resource. Yeah, Star Rail is definitely the game I've had the most luck with, or at least I started out with the most luck, because as a free-to-play, I was able to get every character on every banner until Kafka. Kafka was the first character to elude me. Prior to that, I got every single character on every single banner without fail, without breaking the fact that I am free-to-play. Which I am honestly shocked by. It is... Yeah, and overall, just sort of thinking back, the luckiest I've ever been in Genshin, Star Rail, Zenless, any of them, was in Locha's banner, where I got him in my first 10 pull with no pity. And the only time I've replicated anything like that was Bernice in Zenless. And it would appear that I secretly was missing 13 of these. Which is unfortunate, given that I left the top priority. Okay. Maybe I'll just let this run as I real quick finish my burrito. Because I really should finish that before we get started so I can move my plate out of the way. But yeah. Realistically, we should be able to pretty damn quick here get into the motions of things and actually start the story.
Open sesame.
Much later than I was hoping to get started, but that was largely because of the maintenance taking too
Endless
long.
rhythm. Nothing but a boy. Time to twirl.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure leaks are saying that it is supposed to be Finon and the Faith Collab characters.
It's all yours.
Which is, as you said, diabolical.
Expand your thinking.
It's actually really funny, because when the Fate collab was first announced, I thought it was cool, it was neat, but I wasn't, like, super crazy excited, because I was only tangentially on, like, the edge of the Fate fandom. But then between then and now, I've watched Unlimited Blade Works, Heaven's Feel. I had already seen Zero at that point, and also most of Apocrypha at this point. So, I am now much more of a fan than I was before. Oh, I don't have enough for that from that, so let's use one of these. Which just makes it all too much cruel for me. That was not a proper sentence, but don't worry about it.
Expand your thinking. Converge and awaken. Union creations. Time to twirl.
Yeah. I feel like realistically, whether or not I'm able to pull for the Fate characters alongside Finon is entirely dependent on what the banners look like for the next version or two. Because I know there was a leak a while ago that sort of roadmaps everything, and we'll see how true it is. So far, it's been fairly accurate. Oh yeah, that is a good point. We are still just waiting on the Genshin anime. Jesus Christ. How many of these can I craft? I should have enough. But, yeah. It's interesting. Sort of fun fact to peel back the curtain a little bit. Really what caused me to realize that I wanted to do anime reactions was finishing Fate Unlimited Blade Works and Heaven's Feel. Because I, after finishing with them, just had so many thoughts about them that I wasn't sure what to do about it. So, fun fact, Fate is the series that sort of got me wanting to talk about anime on this channel. Unfortunately, of course, I had watched most of Fate at that point, but, you know. Maybe I'll watch, like, the Fate Go show or something at some point, if people want to see it. But I will leave that kind of stuff up to a poll. Oh yeah, I forgot we could literally just claim this. Let's take Firefly. I'm a Firefly fan. Yes, I'm fine. Oh wait. Oh, I choose... Yeah? Okay. Interesting. Oh, after 17... Weird, okay. Huh. Yeah, okay. Interesting how this is reset up and reformatted and stuff. Oh. Alright. Oh, I see. Alright, we've got that. I'll wait to do that on my own, or be silly and wait for it. I'm just wanting to get rid of some of these notifications before we get started. I'll do those in my own time, because I don't want to delay things any further. Okay, get this out of the way. Popping back out. There we go. And if I push this and then back out, hopefully, yeah, there we go. Cool. Oh, that is a fair point that could test popularity. What is this? Ah, it's directly to the shop, I see. They want us to spend money. But yeah, I appreciate the support on my, anime stuff. It obviously hasn't been getting as much, views as my, like, Hoyoverse stuff, but I have been plenty happy with the reception I have gotten from the people who do watch them. And I've been greatly enjoying both Apothecary Diaries and Fruits Basket. They both are really solid shows, and though I knew that about Apothecary Diaries, I've been very pleasantly surprised by Fruits Basket. I actually recorded the next episode's reaction just earlier today, and it is quite long. Alright. With that, though, I can finish up setting up Casterus, and then we can go from there. There she is. Alright, sorry for all of the delay. We shall be getting started on the story, though, momentarily. Alright, now time to steal everything from Welt, because I was using him as just a, basically place to put all of the things I was giving her. There. Alright. Everything looks good so far. God, the minus speed. Yeah, alright. Should be fine. Looks about what I expected it to be. Yeah, I got everything okay, yeah. And just going to double check. Yeah, I didn't accidentally steal anything for Tribby. Alright, in that case, the last thing I'm gonna do is just set up my Casterus team. Let's just, like... Let's get rid of my ratio team. I don't use ratio, like, ever. So realistically, what I am gonna want here is Casterus. I'm gonna need to swap myself back to Remembrance, not Harmony, Tribby, and I guess for now Locha is what I'll be using. Because if I recall correctly, Locha and Gallagher sort of have, oh, goddammit, both have sort of slightly different benefits to them, but are generally speaking about the same. So I'll use Locha because I like him, and he's my guy. I like him. But yeah. Also, realistically, for main story, it's not that big a deal. Jesus Christ, that scythe. Alright, I guess while... I forgot to enable the team, but I guess while I'm thinking about it, I will swap myself to Remembrance as well. There we go. And with that, I should be able to get started without issue. Enable team. Now we can start. Don't need the story recap. Okay. Actually, given that we're right about to start, because I have just about finished my food and I need more water, I'm going to take the opportunity to go get that before we actually get into it, so I will be back in a moment. Alrighty. Take this moment to move this around. What's the best way? That works, yeah. Okay. I'm back. Sorry for the continued delays. A solid hour after we originally were wanting to get started. Oh well. But here we go. To answer the question you posed about Sunday's synergy, from what I've seen, it's an issue of, obviously, Sunday doesn't benefit her energy production-wise, and then there's just the other issue of the way his ultimate buff is applied means that you have to have Netherwings summoned when the buff is applied, and once they go away and you resummon them, they won't have the buff unless you recast it, so it's just sort of awkward and inconvenient. Hence why, generally speaking, people are saying Remembrance, Trailblazer, and Tribby are the two best paired, rather than, like, Sunday and Tribby, or something like that. But with that, let's get into it. We're starting here. Rebuse's memory has unveiled the very first prophecy. I also just realized that I did not make sure that audio was good, so I suppose I will do that in as soon as this first cutscene is over. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. Such is the will of fate. Yeah, I got that right. Only one shall live till the end, and they alone will witness Era Nova. I'm very curious to see how that goes. Okay, that's good to hear. I'll still double check it to make sure that, like, voice levels and stuff are good, because we haven't really heard that, but, hopefully it's fine. If I take on Orynyx's trial, will the prophecy come to pass for me as well? Regardless, I must give Aglaya an answer. That is a fair point. If we become part of the prophecy, that's gonna be complicated. Some time ago... Okay.
Ah, it's you, Cass. I finished the anthology of poems you lent me. Here it is.
I thought you'd be too preoccupied to find time for reading.
Yeah.
Precisely because of these obligations, I felt compelled to read it swiftly.
Wouldn't all these preoccupations slow your pace?
On the contrary, knowing that time is limited can push one to overcome their limitations.
Fair.
The weight of these responsibilities seems to have enhanced my reading efficiency.
Okay.
I understand completely. During my time at the Grove, the closer exams drew, the more efficient I became at tackling everyday mundane tasks. Anything but my
Procrastination. Castrus is one of us.
Precisely.
I gotta
As
say, it
I
is really
remember,
wild being
you and
back to the
Finite
main
were
story
both
where
disciples of
Castrus is, like,
Muse
actually sort of
I
happy.
assume that Anaxa's exams were as unreasonable as the man himself, correct?
God.
The courses Professor Anaxa taught were Introduction to Alchemy and History of Mythology. And to be perfectly honest, those two courses were the students' greatest nightmares.
The history of mythology, taught by the blasphemous great performer himself. I can imagine their fear.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, students would often rush to the podium during class to challenge him on those blasphemous ideas.
Makes sense, makes sense.
May I ask, Lady Aglaya, has your relationship with Professor Anaxa always been like this?
He openly
God.
dismisses people's faith and questions the very justification of the flame
Yeah.
chase journey. Our positions have been destined to be at odds.
On that front, he
While
is
you were
more aligned
studying
with the
there, I
elders.
assume you must have heard of his nickname.
Droma Straight and Finer?
Right, we heard about that in the
As
version,
I see it,
like, special
this
program.
nickname is more of an insult to the Dromas.
Yeah, that's all
Despite
good.
his insufferable
Having you around
arrogance,
is
I do hold a certain
good,
respect
regardless
for his
of
nature as a
if you're
scholar.
just lurking or not.
To remain true to his principles, he is unafraid to stand opposed to the world.
As a lurker myself,
and that
I can
requires
respect it.
considerable resolve. Anaxagoras' life is almost like a satire. As a Chrysos heir, he refuses to heed the prophecy,
Yeah.
while he disrespects the gods.
The gods have chosen him.
He was indeed chosen by Circes.
Yep.
Is something
I
weighing
very
on
much
Cass?
like the contradiction of his
The golden
character,
thread
the
is
forced
quivering.
nature of him
I sense
having
there's
to
more to this
be
exchange than
destined
idle
for
chatter.
divinity and tied to the gods, despite putting no faith in them.
With all due respect, I'd like to know what you plan to do with him.
In light of his assistance in the battle against the Flame Reaver, I am willing to grant him some time to find a way to remove the cool flame.
Okay. How much time, though?
However, if Anaxa decides to make any move that places us in danger, I will
God,
not
the debate
hesitate
between them
to
would be
take
so
extreme
deranged.
measures.
Just as I feared.
Yeah.
The Flame Chase journey is the destined path for the Chrysos heirs. Yet he now seems more like an empty shell.
Quite literally,
Given
he
his
is a
strong
bit.
sense of self-respect, I trust that Anaxagoras will make the right decision.
Ah, actually saying the full
Still,
name.
I can't help but hope for another possibility. Perhaps Anaxa will also overcome his limitations, now that he knows time is limited.
Yeah.
I understand your stance. Let's continue this discussion another time. But now, let's greet our guest.
Alright.
You're here.
With Mem, as
Does
usual.
this mean you're ready to take on Orynyx's
Alright, we're
trial?
going straight into that, it would seem. We are ready.
It seems that this sacred beast is just as indispensable, given their intricate ties to the Titan.
Memmy Mem,
Thanks to you, I've evolved from a little dog into a sacred beast.
Surrendering the core flame is a Chrysos heir's duty. Your selfless assistance is deeply appreciated.
Yeah, no problem. Becoming a demigod ain't the worst thing in the world.
I urge you to carefully consider the risks of accepting the trial. Becoming a demigod means forsaking your humanity. You will inherit Orynyx's divinity and bear the time of Amphorius.
I'm very curious to see how this goes, because if we actually do become a demigod, that's sort of a big deal.
Will be forever intertwined with ours, never to be separated again.
Yeah.
Until the end of Genesis.
I guess that's an option. Genesis could end. Are you talking me out of it?
On the contrary, you are the only one who qualifies to attain divinity. Yet, for that very reason, I do not wish to pressure you.
Fair. Oh, wow, actually getting to see multiple dialogue options?
It's exceedingly rare to find a capable Chrysos heir. If this path proves unattainable, I am willing to lower my expectations. There are
Come on, throw Finon back in there. He'll do it this time.
And their descendants in the city. If I'm left with no other option, I'll try to find someone worthy among them.
All right. If I do not descend into hell, who will?
Mem worry. Memmy, mem.
God, the occasional word. With me by your side, even if things go south, you'll be heading straight to heaven. God.
Mem.
We've come so far, and everyone is counting on you to be the hero. As for the trial, you have nothing to fear. The Time Titan may be willful at times, but they never caused us any harm. Yeah, I feel like that is the bigger question of what happens when we leave. Myth has it that Orynyx opposes mortals, but to me, that just seems a bit they just seem to be a bit timid, like a child.
It looks like you know that Titan rather well.
Yeah. Oddly enough, I don't remember ever meeting them, but the moment I saw Sylvan, Orynyx's memories were already in my head. Interesting. What the fuck is Mem?
Exist outside of your own experiences.
I can't explain why, but I can vouch for Mem's words.
Okay.
When I was in the Abyss, I heard the Titan's groans. Full of pain and grievances, yet without any ill will.
Okay.
Since you've made your decision, go back to the
So
Dark Chamber
true,
and get some
Pokelove.
rest.
So true.
Trinem will call for you when the ceremony is ready.
Alright, I guess it's time.
It is difficult for me, as the guide, to absolve myself from blame for things to have progressed to this point. Time and again, you have risen to the occasion for Akima.
Yeah.
Nearly rewarding you with some honeydew is no longer able to express the extent of our gratitude.
It's fine, it's fine.
When the dust settles, I hope that we'll have the chance to have a long chat regarding your return journey and the curse of the sky.
Yeah.
It's about time that we lift the taboo and discuss things openly.
That's good. Presumably we'll get Hyacine in on that conversation. Yeah, let's say hi to Casterus.
Miss, may everything go well for you and Mem.
Alright, thank you for the support. You need Aglaia for something too?
It's nothing.
Hmm.
I only came to discuss some matters with Lady Aglaia.
Okay.
Previously, I lent her an anthology of poems that Lady Drian had gifted to me.
Right.
Tracing back, this anthology was something left for Lady Drian by a bard before their passing.
Huh.
Although personal properties should be cleared out once their owner has passed on, Lady Drian gave this book to me since she knew how much I liked to read. It just contains an allegory. In a faraway land, in a city known as
Styxia,
a dragon corrupted by the black tide descended one day, swooping upon the city like death itself.
Okay.
It swallowed the princess of the city whole before it was suppressed. After taking down the evil dragon, the warriors discovered that the princess's life had already met its end. Overwhelmed by grief, the queen hired an alchemist to resurrect the princess using the dragon's flesh and blood.
Foreshadowing
However,
for what's gonna happen, maybe?
having lost memories of her previous life, the resurrected princess turned into an evil dragon herself and wreaked havoc on the city.
So is that what Pollux is?
As a
to
result,
degree?
the prosperous Styxia met its demise.
It mustn't have been easy for Cass to narrate this story so calmly.
The author of this book is Archepia, a wandering bard who traveled to many cities.
Okay.
Among the things she left behind are poems, dictionaries, and many tragicomedy scripts.
Good old tragicomedies.
She even clearly underlined and took notes in books that covered myths with her elegant handwriting.
Curious
While flipping
what
through these
the
books,
relevance of this is outside of that one
I felt like I was
story, if
afforded
any.
a glimpse into the life of Archepia. It felt just like I was traveling with someone that I'd never met before. It was as if she had yet to pass on and was still alive.
No one goes through life without leaving their mark behind.
That's right. Writing, drawing, and taking photographs. It seems like human nature to try and leave records of things.
Maybe that's why we get along so well.
Speaking of taking photographs, when I was helping you to take the photo previously, I did not look through the photos in your photo stone out of courtesy.
That's nice.
But I'm also very curious about the story
Oh,
of the
we're
Rose of
bringing
Celestial
up
Maiden.
March. Interesting.
Despite having visited many cities in Amphorius, I still understand nothing about the world beyond the sky. If there is an opportunity... Forget it.
Oh, no, we can
Let's
show
talk
you.
about this in the future.
I guess we do need to deal
For
with the
now,
whole
I
time.
only hope that you'll be able to
trial.
complete the trial safely and obtain Orynyx's blessing.
Yeah. Alrighty. I don't think there's anything else to do here. Time to go back and talk to Dan Heng. Let's do it.
I'd love to go in and take a look.
These doors certainly take some time, but I guess if they are loading screens, it works. Oh, hey, Finon! Ah, Dan Heng is still
That's right.
quiet.
Oh, partner, you're back just in time.
Ah, he calls us partner. I
This is
forgot
something
about
that
that.
the both of you should probably know.
Good news? More trouble?
I wouldn't call it trouble. I just think it will be favorable if the both of you understand the situation in Akama better.
Fair. Especially because we're about to tie ourselves into it a lot more. Do you remember the Council of Elders that was on our heels previously? It seems like they've made their move.
Some background information for you. The Council of Elders is an authoritative body in Amphorius, made up of different city representatives. They hold legislative power
that other
over
guy
the
certainly
holy
could
city,
not be
and are
trusted.
in charge of presiding over the Citizens' Assembly held once every few years. This is the most important social event of Akama. It is highly influential, and can even
Okay.
affect what happens to the Flame Chase journey.
Politics. So Aglaya doesn't actually call the shots?
Despite her vision and wisdom that spans across thousands of years,
God,
even she cannot
Thousands
win
of
over the
years.
hearts of everyone.
I have never once passed my sociology class. What the fuck? Perhaps you should retake some exams next time we visit Paperfold University. Tell me more about the Citizens' Assembly.
Every 5 to 10 years, the Council of Elders organizes
Yeah,
a
we've heard a
Citizens'
little bit
Assembly
about
at
this before.
Dawncloud. During the assembly, the representatives will vote on major issues, such as whether the Chrysos heirs led by Aglaya should still hold the right to govern the Holy City, and whether the Titan's conquest should continue.
Yeah. Sounds like some sort of system to balance the heroes and the mortals.
That is correct. However, The problem lies in the fact that there are ill-intentioned extremists in the Council of Elders.
That seems to be the
They view
case.
the Citizens' Assembly as a way to restrain the Chrysos heirs and hope to take complete control over the Flame Chase journey. We can refer to them as the opposition.
All right.
During the assemblies held in the past 100 years, the voices supporting the opposition have been growing stronger in the shadows.
Fair.
It's only thanks
If
to
things
Aglaia
haven't
that the
really
Flame Chase
changed
journey has
in
been able to continue to
hundreds
this
of
day.
years, understandable.
The Citizens' Assembly is just around the corner. But this time, there seems to be a new variable to the situation.
Anaxa? Looks like you've realized it as well.
I'm afraid that the Council of Elders might want to take advantage of Professor Anaxa.
Yeah.
Aglaia will surely
Yeah, no,
take
it always
back
went
Cersei's
great.
core flame.
Nothing ever wrong happened when
With
trying to fight or
Anaxa's current
control fate.
condition.
What are you talking about?
It's so unique that nobody knows how taking the core flame away from him will affect him.
Yeah.
He has always been someone that is only concerned about his own research. I'm certain that he must want to escape from the monitoring of the Golden Thread and protect himself. If the opposition were to offer an olive branch at this time.
From what we understand of the special program, that seems to already be the case. You suspect that he might betray the Flame Chase journey and defect toward the Council of Elders?
Anaxa has never believed in the prophecy, so technically it cannot be considered a betrayal. However, he has taught many Chrysos heirs,
Yeah.
and has long been considered an important ally of Akama. I truly do not wish to see comrades turning on one another.
Not what is needed right now. I have a better understanding of the full picture now. Is there anything that we can do?
As I believe in his character, I plan to plead with Aglaia and try to buy more time for him. Then, the greatest way in which you can help is for you to know what I am fighting for.
Okay. We understand. Thank you for being honest with us. Things are piling up again. Sylvan and Mem are tied up with Ornyx's trial, and while I'm preparing to visit the grove to uncover clues about the world beyond the sky. Let's just take things one step at a time.
Allow me to apologize for the fact that we always seem to be troubling you. I hope that Ornyx will show more benevolence and be more accommodating. I remember
Something tells
that
me
they
they
seemed
won't
quite
be.
fond of you back in the Abyss.
I guess that is true.
Go and rest and regain your strength. We'll meet at the Vortex in a few days. Oh, right. You can read this scroll if you want to find out more about the Council of Elders and the Citizens' Assembly.
Okay. Democratic politics has always fascinated citizens of different city-states in Amphorius. When Akama was first established, its democracy was limited to a privileged minority. However, through ongoing reforms, the Akaman Citizens' Assembly took to the stage, transforming Akama's governance into a democracy for all, where the Citizens' Assembly made every major decision. It's important to note that as the Black Tide draws near and citizens from other city-states join Akama's political life, the precious rights of Akama's original citizens are becoming increasingly diluted. Consequently, voices calling for reforms with the Akaman Citizens' Assembly system grew ever louder. Democracy is only one of the consequences of civilization's development, rather than the cause of development. For democracy to be productive, it must appoint different rules for different societies, situations, and issues. No single rule can be optimal for all scenarios. In other words, Akama's Citizens' Assembly system will continue to evolve as this book is written. Due to time limitations, this publication focuses only on the current Akaman Citizens' Assembly, not its future developments. Readers should bear this limitation in mind. Citizens, citizenship, and citizenship policies of Akama. This is the kind of lore we're looking for. Before examining the Akaman Citizens Assembly's operational mechanisms and core functions in depth, we must first address the matter of citizens, citizenship rights, and citizenship policies of Akama. The Elders have once noted that Akama is a collective of free citizens. Due to the substantial power citizens possess, citizenship qualifications must be strictly regulated to ensure citizens' rights. Discussions on the recognition of naturalized citizens' rights were once the foci of disputations between the leader of the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders. As Morinthorian city-states fell over time, and as the Black Tide drew closer, citizenship rights reforms became imperative. Judging from the final outcome, citizens from all city-states have equal citizenship rights in the Holy City and can have equal participation in public matters. While social differences naturally exist between rich and poor, locals and travelers, the Holy City of Akama would not allow these social distinctions to become political divisions and will ensure complete political equality among all citizens. Operational mechanisms and Citizens' Assembly. Barring emergencies, Akama's Citizens' Assembly follows strict protocols when it is called. The current Council of Elders, a governmental entity made of representatives of the city-state, hosts the upcoming Citizens' Assembly agenda and venue, usually Dawncloud in the Holy City, at the Wall of Heroes before each meeting. Usually topics are proposed by Council of Elders members before the Assembly and become official Assembly items after receiving majority Council approval. The Council predetermines which matters to address and when. Once confirmed, the Council Chairman hands over the agenda to the Council of Elders Assembly Chair, who presides over the meetings. Normally, matters cannot be discussed at the Citizens' Assembly without prior Council review. Council-reviewed matters yield only two outcomes. Either they're already thoroughly discussed and only need citizen votes, or they require citizens to hold debates to reach final resolutions during the Assembly. Results are tallied using pottery... Results are tallied using pottery shards blessed with Kefli's runes, with voting dahlia placed throughout Akama during assemblies. After thorough discussion and voting of all proposals, the Council of Elders posts approved decrees at the Wall of Heroes. Core functions of the Citizens' Assembly. The Assembly wields the important capacities of legislative power, the appointment of government officials, declaring war, conceding peace, and the actual control of armies during wartime. Yet, historically and practically, Akama's Citizens' Assembly isn't fully controlled and directed by citizens, but rather a means to ensure that elites, who represent the majority social interests, can effectively manage social matters. In other words, the current system where the leader of the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders jointly manage Akama was decided by the Achaemenid Citizens' Assembly system. Citizens influence policymakers through voting and other means of political participation, rather than directly managing social affairs or making political decisions. Appendix. Principal members of the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders is a governmental organization consisting of representatives from Amphorius' city-states. While most are elected by their city-states, some receive direct invitations from current Council of Elders members. Authorized by the Citizens' Assembly, they manage various practical affairs within Akama. The most renowned honorary elder is Lycurgus, an Antikytherian, a race that was already nearly extinct before the Chrysos War. He had communicated directly with Kefli multiple times during the Era Chrysia, and passed the wishes of mortals to Kefli, showing himself as a true Theros. Lycurgus's neutrality is well noted by all, which explains his frequent selection as the Citizens' Assembly chair. Significantly, Elder Canis has shown great effectiveness in Akama's governance and gathered many followers. Many believe Canis will leverage acclimated resources to challenge the current situation where the Chrysos heirs hold real authority and transform Akama's political structure. There we go. Yeah, no, when I read the equality line, that's immediately what my mind went to. Equality is a tricky thing. But nice read, nice bit of lore. I'm very appreciative they gave it to us like that, rather than forcing us to actually, like, go through dialogue, because though for someone like me who enjoys that lore, it could have been nice if I didn't have to say it. In a weird way, I think it's better that way, because that way people who don't really care about that don't need to read that. Anyways, let's rest. The trial feels like it's just around the corner. I'm starting to feel nervous. Everything will be fine. Nothing goes wrong ever. Let's just hope that everything goes well. After all, as someone who has earned the gaze of an Aeon, you should be able to overcome the trial as a regional god just fine. Well, of a regional god. Fair point. We also unknowingly gotten used to sleeping with the midday sun shining brightly above our heads. Get some rest, Sylvan. Perhaps a new phase of our trailblazing expedition in Amphorius is about to begin. Get some rest and wait for the trial. Do we just jump straight to it? Yeah, a few days later at the Vortex of Genesis.
Esteemed one,
It's so rough seeing
Oryx's
just
vacant
Tribby and
totem
Treenan.
awaits.
It feels like there's something missing
You have already
there.
made your preparations to become a pillar of Amphorius. Please, step forward.
Alright. Very curious to see how this goes. Let's talk to people first.
Miss, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what I should say to help calm your nerves. Right. Perhaps something like, as long as you can successfully complete this trial, the rest of the Flame Chase journey will be smooth sailing?
Put some weight on us, but, you know.
That sounds a little strange. Don't worry. It won't take up too much of your time. Don't worry. You'll definitely make it back alive.
Castris, you're not great at this encouragement thing.
Sorry. It seems like I've made the mood even heavier. In any case, may everything go your way.
Alright. Thank you, Castris. What about you, Finon?
Accepting a Titan's trial is a very peculiar experience. I'm afraid that I'm not able to accurately describe it. You can only go and experience it for
It's
yourself.
also probably going to be a bit different from the
I
Strife
believe that you'll
one.
be able to pull it off.
I'm very curious to see if we will. And Goliath.
I can still vividly recall when you entered the Vortex of Genesis for the first time. At that time, I could never have imagined that a guest from beyond the sky would shoulder the fate of Amphorius.
That is very fair. Given
Don't
that
feel
for a while you didn't even think there
Just
were
like
people
during
beyond the
trial
sky.
of Strife, Treenan and Finon will be waiting for you outside.
Okay.
If something unforeseen were to occur, they will intervene in the trial and rescue you. May Kefali bless
Oh,
you.
that's a really good point I hadn't considered. We have essentially a nuke in our body.
Little
That's
Gray.
concerning.
And Mem, thank you. Your resolves cannot be questioned. We praise your pure selflessness and courage.
I don't know why this just occurred to
Carefully
me,
light
but
your path
if
forward.
Treenan or Tribby dies as well,
Get ready to assume
would the last
Oryx's
of them
divinity,
still say we,
Trailblazer.
or would they start saying I? That's a really sad thought I just had
The
occur to
divine
me.
position of Oryx has already been vacant for some time.
Yeah.
We can feel the space of the trial closing. As there isn't much of their soul left, we'll have to complete the ceremony before their soul
Maybe
completely
we shouldn't have taken a few
dissipates.
days to rest. Ongan used to fight on fires.
The 8th core flame coveted by the miracle that once belonged to the great veil of Evernight, Oryx. It shall now be returned by the 2 elected heroes of the Chrysos heirs. A traveler who is upright and courageous, and a sacred beast that invokes miracles.
It's also who for me, not that.
Both of you,
I'm still so
Please,
thrown off by the
come
occasional
forward.
actually said word.
recite along with us. O Majesty of the 12 Titans,
God damn it, Mem.
pillars of the world, we seek your divinity to mend the rifts of the world. Fill our bodies with blood of gold, till we wither in willing service to the prophecy.
I don't think I have gold blood.
These are just words meant to make the prayer seem more solemn. Please, focus.
Yeah, we did sort of interrupt.
And surrender the core flame.
I am very curious to see how this goes, because this could be a big deal for a lot of reasons. Alright. Submitting the core flame. For someone witnessed by several aeons, and we may now inherit the divinity of a minor deity, essentially. Also, we obviously have the Stellaron inside us.
Orynyx. Their soul has been waiting for a long time.
Perhaps they're also quietly waiting for the arrival of their successor.
Uh-huh. Wait for my return, my friends. I love all of you. That doesn't seem appropriate for the current mood, so let's just leave the farewells for next time.
Don't worry. You're tougher than I am, right?
Oh, God. I am both not looking forward to and so looking forward to the day when Phynon cannot joke like that anymore. Alright, let's see what this trial looks like.
Traveler from beyond the sky, let us pray that the Titan acknowledges your worthiness.
Let's hope so.
Although she loves cracking jokes at inopportune times, her determination is as strong as the Chrysos heirs. She will definitely succeed.
Oh god, yeah, see you tomorrow is totally ruined for all of them, probably.
While she's away, I would like to have a chat with you, Aglaia.
Oh. Oh, what?
Speak. I'm listening.
And of course, we don't get to hear it.
Slap, slap!
What? What?
Wake up!
Mem's actually talking?
How is it?
They're actually
How do you
talking! How are you able to talk?
Right? I think that it's amazing too. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god, I don't have to say the
I
words.
have such a cute voice. It must be because of all the memories that I collected. They allowed me to grow beyond expectations.
She has Paimon, but
Also, listen.
I think it might be
words
better.
of
I'm
the
liking
Titan
Mem
are
right
becoming
now
clearer.
more than Paimon, typically.
Mother.
Right. Orynyx had that weird, like, huh.
Have I finally reached the end? Or the years of isolation?
By the way, that previous comment isn't to say that I dislike Paimon, it's just Paimon can sometimes be a bit much.
Orynyx. Oh, how heartbreaking. Ever since the figure draped in the black cloak robbed them of their core flame, they have been relegated to waiting in isolation in such a confined space.
Yeah.
We are going to help alleviate their pain, right?
We're gonna do our best.
Memories
Alright.
broken.
God, I love the site.
Mother. Where?
Very curious.
Mother? Who are they calling out for?
Yeah, I'm very curious who Mother is.
You. It's you. I remember you.
Okay, they still remember us. What do they remember?
Skyfather has gazed upon me.
Sky Father. They're calling out for Mother.
Is calling for you.
So, interesting. So Mother is someone calling to us, and Skyfather... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Who's Mother, then? The Titan's words are indistinct. Each syllable emerging from the mist seemed to be cloaked in frost, symbolizing memory. I'm guessing the Mother is either... I'm not sure. Probably one of the Eons. Probably one of the two other paths that is affiliated with Amphorius. But I don't know if Noose would be the other one. So it's probably the last one that we still don't fully understand. Majestic voice pierces through the golden mist, reaching the unseen mountain walls in the distance, reflecting and returning to your ears as an echo. Within the echo, you seemingly could make out the cry of a baby. What?
Mother is
I have a
no
baby.
longer
This is really esoteric, but I sort of like it. They've come to you because of something important.
Something important.
I find it really interesting how Ornyx has been portrayed so far. It's very different than I'd expect
Ornyx,
from
listen to
a,
me.
like, god of time.
Aren't you tired? Throughout the long years, you have always been protecting the fate of Amphorius. Each time people draw strength from within their memories, every single ripple falls onto your shoulders. There's no need for you to bear this any longer,
I suppose it makes sense
Ornyx.
that
From today
the
onwards,
Trial of Strife
someone
would
else will
inevitably
bear
be
time
more
on
of an
your
actual
behalf.
challenge,
This is
a
why
more
we have
trial
come.
kind of thing.
Freedom.
Freedom?
I want
Okay.
freedom.
A dead god of time who seeks freedom and is always calling out to
Poor
their mother.
child. Everything will be fine. Let
Jesus,
us help
Mem is
you.
calling the
You
Titan
can have a
a
good rest
child.
now.
I mean, it makes sense given how they're acting, but... Wild. What's troubling you, big fella?
You have potential.
Oh?
Strength. Willpower. Powerful. And
They're really hyping us up.
tenacious. But you lack something.
Oh yeah? Our memories of our past?
Just one thing.
Lacking something. What is it?
I'm guessing our own memories.
What you lack
Come on, Ornyx, finish the sentence, don't get cut off.
is
Oh!
future.
What? I don't have a future? Do we exist
Future?
outside of fate? And that's why we're the centerpiece of the whole Stellaron Hunter plan?
Should have dissipated already.
Dissipated.
The gaze from Skyfather. Stabilize.
Fuli is stabilizing us. What? What is going on?
Because from the moment you cross the sky.
Oh, fuck. Did we die in the crash, but Fuli has been keeping us alive?
Right now, you.
We're nothing but
the
memories.
collection of walking memories.
Oh!
What? How is that possible?
I'm dead? What's happening? I love this development, honestly.
The space is collapsing. Someone must
inherit
We'll take it. Give it. Give it. Come on.
if the pillar is lost. The laws
That doesn't sound good.
will collapse. Emporius will succumb to eternal disorder.
If that's the case, Oryx, give it. Give. Tell us.
Time never compromises. Never bears grudges. Never forgives. Never makes a choice.
Oh, time never makes a choice. Meanwhile, we need to make a choice we don't regret.
Titans. Mother. Sky Father.
Huh.
Time restrains everything that exists.
Interesting to think of it as a restraint.
Oryx's divinity is dissipating? Is the trial coming to an end?
This is wild.
Pathstrider of remembrance.
Pathstrider of Remembrance. They're calling it out.
Strength. I shall
Okay,
entrust
good, good.
you
Oryx knows what a Pathstrider and the Remembrance
of
are.
the world. If you wish to save it,
Okay, finish the sentence.
go and find your
Oh.
future that has been stolen.
What does that even mean?
Even if that means you'll have to cheat death.
Hell yeah, we'll cheat death.
You'll
And
have to
Castorus might help us do it.
hand and shadow clasped with unyielding fingers.
Okay, we must challenge the Titan of Death. To cheat death itself, we must challenge it. Before the passing of 15 entry hours, go forth and reclaim your future. We also have the 15 entry hours issue? This is the true trial of time. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, I love that. You're finally awake. We're trying to cross the border. I'll keep it simple. You succeeded. Oryx has entrusted you with their divinity. Now, you're no different from a demigod of Emporius. However, Mem has told me about what happened during the trial. They are still explaining things to the others and told me to bring you back to your room to rest first. What's my superpower? Let's be jokey about it. For you to be able to say that even now, you're truly impressive. There's something that I've never told you. When we landed on Emporius, our car was pierced by Nicodor's lance. Do you remember? Back in the ruins of the Abyss, this is what I had said. You passed out while our car got hit. I blacked out too, but not before dragging you out. It's a good thing we were in the car, or we would have been crushed to pieces. Actually, my account kind of made light of the situation. What actually happened was much more complicated. You were severely injured back then, with several wounds still bleeding profusely. I struggled to carry you out and used the last of my strength to stem the bleeding. But then, I was also hit by a falling rock and lost my consciousness. Last time I checked, you still weren't breathing. But when I regained consciousness, I saw that you were alive and full of energy, so I never brought this up again. How exactly did you come back to... Huh. I'm not sure whether the gaze of Fuli has anything to do with this matter, but according to the Titan, you are living in the form of a memory right now, just like those objects of the past in the miracles of Oryx. Perhaps Mem is the anchor rope that ties you to the present. I had assumed that they couldn't stray too far from you, but the truth might be the exact opposite. Stellaron, do something! For a while, I also thought that the Stellaron was your life support system, but it seems like this hypothesis has been disproven. It's not time for us to despair yet. There must be a way to save you. Oryx mentioned finding your stolen future and cheating death. Considering Maide's indestructible body, it seems to suggest that there is some kind of miraculous power in Emporius that can even reverse death. The key seems to lie with the Hand of Shadow, whose whereabouts are unknown.
Hey, are you alright? right?
Alright, she can still talk outside
I
of
heard you
the
two
memory,
talking about
like, trial thing.
Thanatos. Cass is also very concerned about the warning. She has left the vortex and returned to the garden.
Okay.
Shall we go and look for her? Thanatos is the Titan that Cass has always been looking for. Regardless of whether there are any clues, there's probably no one else that understands death better than her.
Yeah. I'm actually really liking this a lot for a variety of reasons.
Oh, right. There's something that I have to tell you. The Chrysosaurs already know everything that has happened to you. I was too worried, so I told them everything. Please don't hate me, okay?
It's fine. It's better that we're on the same page about things. Oops. God, but I like this because it means we're not just following Casperus along on her attempt to find Thanatos, but now we actually very directly have
Miss, I'm right
ties
here.
to it. You hear soft steps coming closer, one step at a time. Oh, I just
Please
realized
stay there.
this might explain why
and
Casperus can touch
slowly
us, because
turn
we are just
around.
memories. For some reason, you feel you have seen this scene before. You want to turn your head, but you glimpse a dash of purple brushing past your face. Then, a chill seeps through your skin, spreading into your veins. Thump, thump. Your heartbeat begins to slow. Remembering the near-death experience, gotta stay on guard. Your vision blurs and cold reality fades into a purple ocean. And then...
Please pardon me.
Ooh, nice art! The subtle fragrance of an unnamed flower fills your senses, its sweetness making you forget the need to breathe. You realize you are still alive. No, to be more precise, your death was not thorough. The coldness of the initial touch dispersed as quickly as it came, and replacing it is the touch of fingertips, and a tremble born of trepidation that originated from a certain lanky arm, or quivering finger gently brushed against your cheek, causing a faint tickle.
Just as I expected. I cannot feel anything.
You're shaking.
Back at the Grove, I was puzzled as to why you were not affected by my curse. I thought that it might have been the special ability of a traveler from beyond the sky. Never did I
don't know if they'll ever do
expect
full
that this
comic
would be the
scenes,
true reason.
but I really do hope that they do more
I'm
of these
sorry.
CGs.
I should have noticed that something was amiss earlier.
Don't blame yourself, Casperus.
Miss, if my abrupt behavior just now offended you, I hope that you can forgive me.
It's fine.
I'm just thinking, if your soul has really left your body, as a mortician, I might be able to trace where it has gone to.
Oh! That'd be nice.
Cass, did you find anything?
My apologies. Not as of yet. Perhaps I have overestimated my capabilities. But, Miss, would you be willing to let me try again? This time, I'll increase the area of contact slightly. Perhaps the result might be different this time.
Hopefully. There's no harm in trying.
I have never touched the living in this way before. If my actions are in any way disrespectful,
Oh, Casperus,
that you can
it's
forgive me.
fine. And we return to the CG. Nice. Casperus once again places her palm on your face. Her shivers calm somewhat this time. Oh? Okay, never mind. Discover something?
I seem to have caught a glimpse of something. Your soul is currently roaming someplace and cannot find a way to escape.
Okay.
But perhaps it might not be a bad thing. If your soul is still wandering around, it means that we still have time.
Yeah.
We have a chance to find it before the fingers of Thanatos sweep everything away.
All right.
Clues. Just a few more. I need more guidance.
Anyways, we go through all of this to make sure we
Connection has been
live,
severed.
and then we try to test
With
out if
my
we're
strength,
actually immune to Cascarus's touch even while alive,
not
and she
able to
just kills
trace
us.
It was me. I was a little too hasty. Don't worry, miss. Although we currently have no leads, I will do my best to search for the whereabouts of Thanatos, bring back their core flame, and personally return to you the life that you have lost too soon.
I'm honestly really happy that Cascarus is fundamental
know
in
that
saving
I'm
our
lacking in
life,
confidence,
because it's exactly
but
what
I
she's
hope
wanted.
that you can keep this promise of mine in mind. Before I manage to deliver on this promise, please do your best to hang on. Amphorius needs you.
I'll do my best.
Lady Aglaia and Lord Finon are currently discussing some matters in the paths. They're worried about you too. If possible, please go there and let them know that you're well.
Okay.
Although, I don't actually know whether your current situation can be described as well.
Yeah, well, it's fine. We've been working this way for a
Also,
while.
Please accept this Styxian fable.
Oh.
Reading can help one to focus and relax. I hope that reading this can help tide you through this difficult period.
Sharing something with us that inevitably she's used to get through tough times, I imagine. Alright. What we doing next,
They're
folks?
here. That partner! Hyacinth said you definitely wake up. How do you feel?
It feels quite cool being a departed
Well,
spirit.
At least you look no different from the living. I think that most living people don't even look as good as you do.
Ayo, fine on.
You've completed the trial of time. And I have to admit that the process went better than I expected. Even in the end, that Titan's heart still showed a soft spot for humankind.
Maybe just for us, but
However,
probably for everyone.
I never expected that. Two people who have cheated death would appear in Akima at the same time.
Yeah, we're quite similar to a certain someone right now.
That's what we have been talking about. Mighty has been in Akima for such a long time, but has no one thought to study his indestructible body? If there were even any minor breakthroughs, we wouldn't be as clueless as we are right now.
Many have had this idea.
Oh yeah, I guess most of the
but
people don't
so
know that.
far, there have been no results.
I had forgotten
If
that
it were
as well.
successful, Thanatos wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Nevertheless, now is not the time for us to give up. At the very least, we can still see a glimmer of hope. Cypher,
Oh.
if anyone in this world knows the whereabouts of death,
Okay, so that's how
It
she
would
gets
be her.
involved.
I'll try and get her to return to Akima. But do be prepared for a less than ideal outcome. Please understand that throughout the history of Amphorius, no one has ever managed to escape the clutches of death. At the end of time, Thanatos silently awaits all.
But now we are the Lord of Time.
It is my duty. We too require you to bear the divine position of time. But before that, just...
What's wrong, Aglaia?
omens.
That is a fair
always
question.
come in pairs.
I guess it comes down to
A
how
tiny
exactly
air current will
Cascarus's
eventually
death touch
brew into a
works.
storm that tears the sky apart.
Because if it just
It's
destroys
Anaxa.
the soul
He has
or something,
initiated
well, it wouldn't destroy the
contact
soul.
with the Council
If it
of Elders.
just like severs
In the
life,
end,
just
it is
like
still come
metaphysically,
down to this.
probably his body wouldn't save him.
I earnestly hope that your assessment of him is accurate, Finan. Otherwise, the efforts of my teacher and I over the past millennium might be reduced to dust because of that great performer.
Yeah. Oh, now we switch to Anaxa's POV. Okay. Ooh. I'm loving the little, like, art stuff they do here.
I remember this dream.
The dream.
This realm is covered in a silk-like fog, and the land is barren and harsh. The crowd of travelers leaves tracks everywhere.
Oh yeah, these are totally
Hey,
all wallpaper
excuse
material.
Me. What is this place? Where in Anthorius are we?
Okay.
The mutters of the traveler are in a language I'm unable to comprehend. Or perhaps they're just distracted and ignored my question.
Tell me, which Titan reigns over this land? And how do I find them?
I don't think you're gonna get any answers out of these people, Anaxa.
Hand of
Oh.
Shadow.
Okay.
Hand of Shadow Thanatos. Could this possibly be the Netherrealm?
Not Netherrealm.
Okay, actually getting some answers.
Then where is this? River of Souls? The outskirts of the Netherrealm? Are you heading downstream toward the Netherrealm?
God, I love his tone.
The Netherrealm. Nothing but an illusion.
Okay.
Titan rejects you, me.
Oh.
Listen.
What? The traveler lifts their wrinkled fingers and remains silent. I look in the direction they are pointing and listen closely. There. A massive shadow brought the sound of rushing tides.
Huh.
The sound of tides. I can hear it.
That the dark tide?
I hear it, deep within the tides, beyond the closed gates of the void world. A voice, about to recount something.
A voice about to
Child
recount
of humanity.
something.
Is it death's embrace you yearn for with such urgency? Oh, you have awoken.
Yes, Cersei's.
Welcome back to the mortal
I do find it
realm.
funny how many different things relating to
Your
the
consciousness is
Greek
dissipating much
rivers of
faster
death
than I
we have
expected.
throughout the games.
Ultimately, it seems like the Titan's core flame is incompatible with a mortal body.
How much longer can my consciousness remain in the mortal realm?
In my estimation, at best,
We've got the
you'll see
same
15
timeline
more
as
entry
Anaxa.
hours.
15 days and nights.
What is it? Are you finally starting to become attached to the mortal world now?
On the contrary, 15 days feels a little too long for solving a singular problem.
God damn, Anaxa. That's certainly a way to look at it.
Stop giggling. It's time for us to go. The messenger from the Council of Elders is almost here.
Let me ask you one more question. Are you really planning to betray Aglaya's will?
What betrayal is there to speak of when I was never loyal to her to begin with?
Fair, fair.
What about that white-haired student of yours? Acting so recklessly, do you not care about what might happen to him?
Oh, that's entirely possible.
There will be a price to pay for blind faith.
Admittedly,
This is
his
also a
form
lesson
of
for fire.
death is a little different from ours. I feel like.
You truly are a strict teacher.
Of course. This is how I've always been.
Actually, it's just faster if I do this, probably. Or I guess not, because they removed that. Alright, let's see what the council has to say.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Anaxagoras.
Robot? Robot.
It's been a while, Lord Anaxagoras.
Can't say I was expecting robot.
I greet you on behalf of all the citizens of Akima and express my deepest regret about what happened at the Grove of Epiphany.
Yeah, I have very mixed feelings on Cersei's. I like how sort of passive-aggressive she is character-wise,
personally come and meet
but
me.
I'm very curious to see what she actually wants in this scenario.
By carefully into Lantern above, I have come as a testament to the justice of the Council of Elders.
I really like the design of this guy.
There are Antikytherans here? They've
Okay,
been a
that's what
rare
an
sight ever
Antikytheran
since the
looks like.
Chrysos War.
I extend to you my utmost respect.
Oh, God.
Revere Titan.
Oh.
I am Lycurgus, though you may call
Well, I guess
me
she is visible to
Lygus,
everybody, not just to
holding an
Anaxa. For some reason, I
position
thought
within the
she was
Council of Elders in
just
Akima,
visible to him.
And as the Theoros, I stand to protect the right of all upright citizens.
Okay, so this
to
is
express
the
themselves freely.
like head of the council or whatever it was.
You can see them too?
You know about us. We Antikytherans perceive the world through
Okay, maybe it
the
is special that
amplitude
he can see
and
her.
frequency of souls.
I really like
Just
the
as I
imagery
am
of like
conscious that
a
Lady
false set of
Aglaia is
arms.
secretly listening in on our private meeting from afar. If necessary, Lord Anaxagoras, I can sever the golden thread to protect your fundamental rights.
Interesting. Interesting way of putting that.
The demigod should know better, for such is her station. Spare those poor threats, and just let her listen to my words. They shall serve only to
Oh my
unveil
God.
her folly.
Literally does not care who is listening.
May I interpret this as you having a countermeasure?
This guy's voice is very interesting.
I need not any plan, because she can do nothing other than petty espionage. As the Citizens' Assembly approaches, and with Orynyx's fall, any attempt to capture the core flame within me will only usher chaos and calamity. A truth she undoubtedly comprehends.
Fair.
While I, Anaxagoras, serving as the Grove's special envoy to Akima's Citizens' Assembly, have long known the extent of your abilities. Let's forego the formality of asserting authority, Lord Lygus. Lead the way.
Alright.
Very well.
Worrying.
Surely
Worrying laugh.
Lady Kindness would appreciate such assertiveness in an ally. She's been
Oh, we have a whole, like,
waiting.
setup here.
Follow me. Is there something on your mind, Lord Anaxagoras?
This guy has such a distrust of,
Nothing
like,
really.
voice.
It's just a question that I contemplate every time before I ascend to Dawncloud. For the Titans, does the falling equate to death?
Ah, a pondering truly deep. Time is on our side.
No, it isn't.
Do you mind sharing your reflections with me?
While all living beings must ultimately face their demise, Kefali has yet to meet theirs. Their journey continues unhurriedly along this long path.
Okay, yeah.
Are you suggesting that Kefali may not have truly passed?
Yes. For dying implies an ongoing process, an action, whereas death signifies a static state, a definitive termination.
Interesting way of thinking about it.
In contrast to mortals, Titans exist on a grander scale of space and time, thus elongating their passage into death. The notion of their fall is but a misinterpretation born of mortal ignorance.
Okay.
Ah, an intriguing concept, albeit challenging to substantiate.
Yeah.
After all, Kefali has maintained a profound silence ever since the era Arasa, while scholars and priests alike have conveyed the message of the gods' imminent fall.
Perhaps the gods, in their arrogance, deemed it beneath them to reveal their perspectives to mortals.
Could you elaborate on your statement?
I love how poor his opinion of the gods is.
Circes, the kin of the Sky Father as recounted in myths, now resides within my brain.
Interesting. Kin
Were
of
I
the
to
Sky Father.
inquire, Kefali would have no cause to refuse.
That's interesting based on what we know about the Sky Father. I'm curious to know where else they appear
That
in lore.
very well could be true. But what if the world-bearing Titan still chooses to remain silent?
In that case, the myths crafted by the people of Amphorius are nothing more than pitiful jests.
It's worth a try. I believe, and I'd love to witness the fruits of
God,
your
this guy's
theory
voice is
and
so
the change
good at
it
making
may
me not
bring
trust
to
him.
this imperiled world. Because I completely concur with you on this aspect. If the Titan has indeed met their end, any response from them would be impossible.
Oh, a cutscene. Is this Cypher's arrival? That's what I think when I see a hand. Or is this Kefali reaching down?
Please, Professor.
Oh my god, I think that's Kefali's hand. Wow. Unless it's something else. Jesus.
The children of humanity have
That was
indeed
wild.
created a spectacle.
Welcome to Dawncloud. The atmosphere here carries a greater sense of solemnity than the mundane clamor of the Marmorial Palace, with entry permitted only to the invited. Only esteemed beings grace this place, and among them I've received priests, scholars, warriors, and now we have the honor to be in the presence of a Titan. Oh, what a joyous occasion.
God. Yeah, I think you're on the money when it comes to
Once
the fact
deemed
that
a
him being
blasphemer,
essentially a
now
robot
assert
makes
for
how
revered divinity.
emotive he is
The honor should rightly
so
be
odd
mine,
in like the best
should it?
way.
I'll notify Kindness and the others of your arrival. Kindly wait for a moment. A soldier will be here to guide you shortly. In the meanwhile, you are welcome to explore the vicinity, but kindly remain within the guard's view. Delaying the crucial meeting is something none of us wish to see, I presume.
I'm well aware of Kindness's methods. There's no need to emphasize that.
As you wish. Your cooperation is Much appreciated.
Alrighty.
Alas, I had hoped for a brilliant plan from you, but it turns out you just left one cage to enter another.
Is that truly the case?
Save your concerns. I know very well what I'm doing.
I shall depart to explore the surroundings then.
Oh, she can actually explore.
Now that I look around, I wonder if there are any murals bearing my portrait around here. I'm quite intrigued to see how the children of humanity beyond the grove perceive another Titan.
Off you go. I won't be joining you.
I love how
This
dismissive
Titan
he is of
appears to
her.
be quite at ease. I should investigate the Council of Elders'
Yeah,
recent
okay.
activities first.
So Anaxa isn't 100% sold on helping
Be
the
aware.
council.
I can hear you perfectly well from here.
Yeah, at this point, at least with our experience with Genshin, we should know not to underestimate feeble scholars. They can be quite powerful and quite devious.
Even blasphemous scholars can come here, it seems.
Someone who
Looks like
recognized
my
us.
presence here is quite unwelcome.
Anaxagoras, I thought that you had died to the Black Tide.
I mean, he did.
Just like the other scholars.
Just a little more complicated than that.
As Kephales's priest, are you not aware of the decorum of respecting the dead?
Surely you jest. You blasphemous heretics are not worthy of respect from the Supreme Being. Let me remind you that you're currently in Dawncloud, so you'd better keep your deranged language to yourself. I am no longer that altar servant from years ago, who could only acquiesce to the commands of others. Now, I have plenty of ways to deal with people like you.
Someone with a chip on their
I'm not
shoulder,
sure
I
whether
guess.
I should laugh or cry right now. I can't believe that a follower such as you could have been made by a creation titan. As I see it, a dead titan can't provide you with this level of confidence, right? Then who is it exactly? Could it be kindness?
You. Seeing how fond of you Elder Kindness is, I shall let that slide for now. Leave immediately, and don't impede us from receiving the Supreme Being's blessings.
Seeing as we were able to hear of this matter from the mouths of others, it seems that kindness is indeed quite sincere toward
Yeah,
us.
they want us on her
Perhaps
good
this
side.
affair
Well,
will
she
proceed
wants
smoother
us
than I had anticipated.
to, like, sorry, words not working.
Oh
She wants to be on our good
what
side,
a
is what I was
thrilling
trying to say.
confrontation. As expected of one of Kephales's followers.
Are you praising or insulting him?
Maybe a little
Praising
both?
him, of course.
Okay.
As a believer of the god of deliverance, it is only natural that he detests evil.
Oh my god.
Didn't you hear me? I asked you to leave. Go as far away from here as possible. Don't mutter to yourself like some sort of madman and disturb my meditation.
Alright. Actually, given that we have this here, I'm just curious. Okay, that's how that looks. Cool. How long does it last?
Professor Anaxa!
God, just everything's breaking around
Over
me.
here!
Oh, well, I guess that just lasts forever, maybe?
Emerge from your cocoon.
Interesting. Cool.
Professor Anaxa? Word has it that the scholars of the Grove valiantly perished resisting the Black Tide.
Okay, so we see
You're
one
safe and
person
sound.
who hates
Thank the
Anaxa, another
fates.
person who actually likes him.
You could say it's the fates toying with us.
It's only the Krymnoans and Idonians who chase glory through death. But your survival is a victory in itself. I'd settle for that gladly. So, are you here to report the incident to the council? I heard that after the Black Tide devoured the grove, Akuma would be next in line. Even with the demigod of strife standing alongside humankind.
Tell me, how much does the Council of Elders know about the Black Tide?
Fair question. Fair question.
Once Kindness and her followers learned of Circe's and Orynyx's fall, they proclaimed in the council that the Flame Chasers could no longer stand against the calamity alone.
Okay.
Yet, when the Crown Prince ascended to godhood and repelled the Black Tide, she immediately altered her tune, declaring that all was resolved beyond Akuma, with the only remaining menace now being Aglaya and her adherents.
That's not the
case. They might well make
case.
their move at the upcoming Citizens' Assembly.
Literally banking on My Day being able to hold
No
off the Black
surprises
Tide.
there, those shifty opportunists. Thank you for your honesty, virtuous student.
Being an opportunist could very well be a facet of wisdom.
Uh-huh.
Shouldn't you be searching for murals of yourself? I've had enough of your prattling.
My guy, you said that out loud.
I was really curious to see how you would find the middle ground between both factions, so I came to listen in. But it seems as though this Kindness is much more ruthless than Aglaya.
It would seem so.
If so, why do you want to work with her? Could it be that perhaps you've decided to readily surrender this
Yeah, that is something
hollow
I'm
shell
curious
of
about.
yours, just because you feel like death is fast approaching?
I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed if that's what you truly think. I've had enough of this. Could the 15th entry hour arrive any faster?
Oh my god!
Make sure you
Literally
keep
just
it
waiting
safe.
for his own death.
Oh, Ma?
Oh, okay.
Every plant, every tendril, no, even every leaf could be the embodiment of Circe's.
Little do
As a
they know
result,
Circe's is right
mere
there.
mortals who did not know what the Titan actually looked like chose to paint them as a giant tree instead. Their wisdom was portrayed as fruit, to symbolize how they shared their knowledge equally among the masses.
Okay.
Such exquisiteness indeed.
This mural is quite abstract.
I really can't tell whether you are praising or demeaning yourself. Now I'm quite curious whether the Reason Titan has studied figures of speech before.
Of course I find such stylistic devices interesting.
Uh-huh.
For all we know, this could be the answer to the question, what exactly are we?
Oh.
I, for one, am not willing to admit that I could look this ugly.
Jesus Christ.
Was this the reason why you failed in your attempt to refine my soul when you were ambushed at the Grove?
Since you are aware of this, why did you save me back then?
From my perspective, this point alone was enough to separate you from the average person.
Okay.
How do two lunatics coexist in the same
He
brain?
acknowledges he's a lunatic.
Therefore, it
Oh my
seemed that your
God.
journey to Dawncloud this time is not just to seek protection.
Yeah. More
What
information
then is the
gathering.
intention behind your actions?
The entire plan is stored in my memory. So why don't you look there?
Oh my god. I guess it wouldn't be good for him to say it out
Then
loud.
don't mind if I do.
Yeah.
1 year old.
Oh my god, she's going
2
through
years
all of his
old.
memories. I love this
Oh
dynamic.
my. Even a member of the preeminent 7 sages must hug his droma stall to sleep. How interesting.
I love how much they fuck with each other. This is great.
That's enough.
How unusual. Your soul is actually trembling.
Oh?
This must mean that behind this toy hides a secret that nobody knows, right?
Yeah, I don't trust Cersei's,
Since
but I
our
love
days
someone
are
who
both
can keep
numbered,
up with Anaxa.
I don't mind telling you more about it. This is a present that my sister gave to me.
Oh.
It's a doll that was made to look like our family pet.
So there are other members in your family, eh? Are they also living in Akama?
I'm guessing they're not around anymore.
Don't you just love to pick through my brain? Go on, continue flipping through my memories.
Oh my god.
It won't take long. You'll discover the answer when you reach the memories of when I was 5.
Oh, the black tide is everywhere. I can't bear to look.
Oh.
When I was young, I couldn't accept this outcome either. Georios, Aquila, Kefali, and you, of course. Although I prayed to every titan that I could think of for help, my efforts were ultimately futile.
So he did once believe in the gods.
This... Could this be the inception of your research into alchemy?
Okay. When the gods would not answer his
Indeed it
pleas,
was.
he learned how to do
Everything
things
started
himself.
from that verdant courtyard of yours. When I was pursuing my education there, I naturally also came to learn of Thelesis' theory as well.
Oh.
Oh, I remember that person. He was the one to come up with the concept of souls, right?
Huh.
Not only that, he also believed that life, as well as the composition, movement, and transformation of matter, all stem from souls themselves.
Interesting.
This is why I thought that, since all living things stemmed from the same origin, why could I not sacrifice myself in order to resurrect my nearest and dearest?
Okay.
Anaxa, you...
I did it, teacher!
But this is absolute blasphemy. Regardless of how much freedom the Grove provides, such an act could cause you to be burned at the pyre.
What did he do?
Your beloved, where is she now? Send her away from the Grove at once, to a place where nobody will ever be able to find her. Otherwise, the both of us will be judged by the Council of the Seven Sages.
He fucking resurrected someone he loves.
Calm down, teacher.
His
My
sister?
She's still not in the mortal realm.
Oh, okay.
To this
So
day.
he didn't, like, fully resurrect her.
What do you mean?
It was naive of me to think that I could snatch the deceased from Thanatos' grip. Merely sacrificing one eye.
That's where his eye went.
Equivalent exchange.
Fucking equivalent exchange.
All I received for that price was but an opportunity to see her for one final time. Nothing more.
Fucking, this is just Full Metal Alchemist.
Let it go, Anaxa. As one of my
Literally
best
trying to
students,
bring people back
I
from the
cannot
dead with
watch
alchemy.
You go down the wrong path without doing anything to stop it. Never do something taboo ever again.
Good luck with that.
Don't disappoint the deceased, and never harm yourself. If you can do that, this classroom will still be yours, and you'll have a chance to live out your own life.
Yeah, no, that's a big deal
Since I
that
was
that
able to see
actually
her
worked
one last
to a
time,
degree.
I have no other desires.
Huh.
You're right, teacher. It's time for me to start a new life.
Really? Okay.
I am sincerely glad for you, child. Now then, What topic would you like to study?
I wish to continue Thalesis'
Oh,
research.
continue research into the soul.
Continue the research into souls, but you know that the Grove has long since understood his philosophy like the back of their hands. Even if you continue digging into this subject, your efforts will likely be futile.
No, teacher. After my fleeting glimpse of the deathly fog, I finally understood a single truth. Since ancient days, our understanding of the souls is but the
very
tip of the
Odin
iceberg.
coded. Sacrificing an eye to learn wisdom beyond what could be understood
but my view
otherwise.
of the world has become clearer than ever.
Yeah. Gaining wisdom through loss of an eye.
Grasped the truth with my bare hands. Watch as I turn this farcical world upside down.
Nice.
Who would have thought such a secret lay concealed beneath that hefty eye patch of yours? However, this story doesn't seem to be connected to your plan. In fact, I'd say that they aren't related at all.
Unless he intends to do some soul alchemy.
The answer lies within the tale. If even you cannot understand it, perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me.
God.
After all, it'd be a waste for you to hold on
I
to
love how much they go back and forth.
My story ends here. Now it's time for you to tell me your secret. After all, this is what equivalent exchange means, correct?
As expected, you laid a trap for me to step into.
I like that Anaxa actually can sort of keep up with Cersei's.
Even
It's not
if I was
one-sided.
willing to talk about my past, I may not know more about it than you do.
Oh.
Oh? Are you saying that the renowned reason
Of course he takes
is
that
now
as an
admitting
opportunity.
a lack of wisdom? Your followers are going to be sorely disappointed by this.
Child of humanity, remember this. Being cognizant of one's ignorance is the greatest wisdom of all.
Fair. That is very fair.
Now I understand. No wonder you asked me to answer your random, nonsensical questions.
Not only that, you're the only one who can shed light on my query. As the saying goes, onlookers see most clearly.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Lord Anaxa.
There's been, like, no one he's actually respectful to yet.
I saw you muttering to yourself and was wondering whether you were caught in a delirium of reflective thought. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but time is of the essence. I have a message from Lord Lygus. Lady Kindness has met up with the Council of Elders and is awaiting your arrival.
All right, let's
So
see
please
what
depart forthwith.
will happen. How will Anaxa's plan go?
It's finally time.
That's ominous.
Carefully. The one who created the world, and the one who bears the world. If you truly have not met your end, how will you answer the challenges of those who defy you?
Okay.
I didn't expect you to agree to Lady Kindness's invitation. What a wonderful turn of events. To tell you the truth, there are many people who hold grudges.
Isn't that the Droma's draped
Oh
in
my
finery?
god, they're actually using the name.
Avoid his gaze. I don't acquaint myself with blasphemers.
Don't worry. He's too full of pride to pay us any attention.
Your nickname is Dromus as well? You must really like those creatures.
A student of Empedocles? I hear that his views run counter to the Venerationists.
Interesting to hear all of these thoughts
This is what being a
about
scholar is
Anaxa.
about. A
collision of ideas only occurs when there are differences in beliefs. And it is such collisions that lead to progress.
In that case, Anaxa's great at
Lord Lygus
that.
and Lady Kindness are just ahead.
Alright.
I'll take my leave for now.
Let's get moving.
Welcome
There they are.
to the Demigod Council, esteemed guests.
Can it really be called a demigod council when there's no demigods here?
Lord Anaxagoras, oh, I've heard so much about you.
Hi, Canis.
Head of the Nusporists of the Grove of Epiphany, notorious blasphemer, a Chrysos heir who bears Circe's core flame, a survivor of the Grove calamity.
Alright. Buttering us up.
Well, if so, please be so kind as to enlighten me.
Since Lady Kindness is already well acquainted with me, I won't waste any effort introducing myself again. But then again,
almost certainly.
Perhaps the customs are different here. Back in my hometown, there is a form of etiquette known as honoring guests. The host will welcome their guest with warm hospitality by treating them to fine wine and a cozy bed.
He's pushing the levels of their courtesy.
Ever since I arrived, I have not been welcomed
those
with
are pixels.
warm courtesy or ceremonial gifts. Instead, I am met with intense scrutiny. Even more absurd, the host has sharpened their blade and instructed their servants to lie in wait in the shadows. Perhaps
Conniving.
you intend to cut open my heart, retrieve the core flame, and then hold a grand feast for all of the guests.
Everyone,
I like the song.
stand down.
Thank you for understanding. I am but a feeble scholar who is not used to the stench of
Good old
avarice
feeble
and
scholars.
No need to be humble, my lord. From my perspective, your courage and gumption are worthy of the reputation of the Seven Sages. Your bravery is more than adequate to accomplish our perilous endeavor.
So, you wish to start a war?
Coming out and asking.
Well, since the Chrysos heirs are calling for war, we will respond in kind. Conflict is inevitable. Since Aglaya endeavors to suppress the virtuous commoners with blood of gold, we will not hesitate to display the rights and mettle the citizens of Akama are so entitled to.
Yeah.
As to your question of whether peace is still a viable option, well, to that I can only say this. Everything hinges on the next citizens' assembly and whether they have a sudden epiphany amid the clamor of the masses. And since you, as a Chrysos heir, accepted our invitation, you have indeed given us a glimmer of hope.
Uh-huh.
What brazen arrogance. What you're saying right now is worlds apart from what you were saying before you retired your cleaners.
I don't deny it. After all, they're responsible for cleaning up any threats, and just a moment ago, you were on the side of the Chrysos heirs. But now that you're an ally of ours, we can continue talking
Really?
somewhere else.
Assuming that he's agreed to help them
these
already.
walls
Huh.
have ears. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to discuss a treatise about the Venerationists with your teacher, Empedocles.
Okay.
Yet, it seems you subscribe to the Nusporists instead, Lord Anaxa. I've heard that this school of thought is one with many detractors.
It's normal for
God damn it.
Welcome back to the hub of the Demigod Council, Lord Anaxagoras.
No matter what game it is, we still have lines being cut off
You
because there's
remember
not
that
enough
countless
space
eloquent
to move
orators have
through.
stood in this spot before and emerged victorious by stoking public sentiment with their words. And yet there have also been innumerable blasphemous
absolutely.
philosophers who set themselves up for failure because they refused to defend their actions. This tiny stage is the most profound
Oh,
embodiment of
that must
Akama
be the
in
core flame of
centuries.
Kefali.
In 15 days, this site shall also become the most important, as well as the final
Oh, it's in 15
turning
days
point
that the
in
assembly
Akama's
is?
history.
Okay.
May
Everything's
the
in
both of us
15
carry
days.
out our duties with honor and lead the masses back toward the Era Chrysia, a golden age with no death, strife, or trickery.
Ah, so that's what the Era Chrysia is defined as?
Oh my, 15 days and nights. That aligns perfectly with the date of your demise. Could such a coincidence truly
Cersei, you're being a bit too happy about this.
Using death to prove myself fits my intentions perfectly.
What strong conviction you have. As expected of the hero who dared to stand up to the Gold Weaver.
As expected, she misunderstands you.
Of course.
That's enough, Lady Kindness. Dispense with the niceties. I only accepted your invitation so that I can serve the commoners alongside the members of the Council of Elders.
Okay.
Don't test my patience with such superfluous formalities.
Well, you say that now, but surely you also require my aid as well, so that you can stay alive even when being pursued by the Golden
I don't
Thread.
think that's what's risk to his life.
You worry too much. She won't show her hand too freely, as she still needs to garner support from the masses at the Citizens' Assembly.
Yeah.
Even someone like me can tell that only a sliver of her humanity remains. Surely you're not asserting that she will...
Wow, they really
act in
do
a
not
rational
trust her
manner.
capacity for humanity.
As you're no doubt aware, Aglaia covets the core flame that I possess, which makes it the bargaining chip that allows me and the rest of you to negotiate with her. However, in return, I'll need the Council of Elders to support me as much as possible.
Okay.
Naturally, this includes the
He's
guards
using his
as well.
one bargaining chip to play everybody
You're well aware
so far.
how valuable Cersei's core flame will be in the Era Chrysia that you are desperately pursuing. Talk is cheap, so you'd better act prudently as well.
I understand. After all, this battle of wits is just a means for each party to acquire what they need.
Yeah.
As long as your request is reasonable, the Council of Elders never shortchanges its allies. Since
right.
we're both intent on mutual cooperation, let's not mince words and just speak plainly to each other. Let us decide how much we can secure for ourselves and how much we're willing to sacrifice, like true philosophers, with our words and wisdom.
Okay. Let's begin then.
Continuing from the earlier topic, let us discuss our common enemy, Aglaia. She is the second most experienced Chrysos heir across the whole of Akama.
Yeah.
Who has gradually lost her humanity to the ravages of time and the ablation of the core flame. A formidable opponent indeed.
She still has more humanity than you think, though.
Admittedly, there is ample reason for her to take your life. Yet your previous reasoning is quite sound. As a seasoned political animal, it's unclear whether she will actually cross that irreversible boundary. Moreover, she still needs you alive so that the Titan's trial can be completed. Is there anyone present who can swear by the sacred vow of Kefali and guarantee that you weren't in league with that woman before coming here? Are you just trying to pull the wool
They're at least
over
not
our
blind
eyes
to that possibility.
and aid her in her savagery?
If Aglaia required a suitably intelligent Chrysos heir, then I'm the best fit for her needs. However, it's quite evident that she has no need for a Chrysos heir who could break free of her control at any time. Since I believe in neither Titans nor the prophecy, there's no way that I would willingly walk on the path that she extols.
Yeah, presumably she
Given
knows
how
some of
rigorously
this.
she enforces her principles, how would she ever accept a heretic such as me?
I understand what you mean. At the very least, the both of us agree that this tyrant who wallows in extravagance and greed is the greatest threat to achieving peace in Akama. The Council of
It's really
Elders
interesting to
is
see
willing
their
defend
opinion
your
of
right
her.
to live, just as we defend every oppressed citizen. However, I regret to say that sentiments in favor of the Chrysos heirs and Aglaya are only growing in magnitude. The peace that we are aspiring toward, as well as everything that we hold dear, will be destroyed completely.
It is interesting because it does sort of seem like they legitimately think the Chrysos heirs and the Flame Chase journey are a fool's errand.
Willing to do for our esteemed citizens.
It doesn't
so that
seem
they can
just like a
vanquish
power
the
play.
enemies of our fine city.
Although the circumstances are rather unfortunate from an objective point of view, it is an undeniable fact that ever since the Grove was attacked, I have become the de facto leader of the Grove.
Yep.
The Council of Elders needs more backing if it wishes to topple Aglaya, and it's evident that the Academy wields considerable influence.
I mean, I guess from their point of view, as true faithful of
At the very
Kefli,
least,
they
I
believe
have
that
served as
more
the
so it's
Grove's
Kefli's
special
protection
envoy to
than
Akama
anything,
for a
really, and that they
significant
could have
amount of
weathered any storm that
Of
came
course,
otherwise.
This also means that I will hold a crucial vote at the Citizens' Assembly.
In the name of Kefli, Akama thanks you for your sincere and valuable thoughts. At this stage, it's clear that you and I understand the benefits to be won from this discussion. Let me put it plainly. The Council of Elders has always been renowned for its fairness, and that fairness is built on a foundation of sincerity.
Yeah,
The Council of Elders has vowed to all citizens of Akama that it will always remain loyal to them. As for you, my lord, how will you guarantee that you will be able to live up to such earnestness and will not betray Akama's indomitable citizens when the opportunity presents itself?
That is a very fair
Just as you
question, and
now
very
betray
important to
Aglaya
ask when
when it
asking
suits
someone
you.
to betray someone else. Don't even have an option this
Surely
time.
you jest. My loyalty does not need to be proven. The fact that the Council of Elders is asking for proof of my loyalty is itself akin to a form of betrayal.
God.
I am incredibly honored to have witnessed the both of you bury the hatchet in a civilized manner. However, I am afraid that I must interrupt for a brief moment.
Okay, what do you have to say?
As the Theoros, I have observed the following. Lady Aglaya...
Ah, she's on her way.
...is currently on her way to Dawncloud.
That throws a wrench into things.
Well, I do believe that we might have a slight overabundance of guests today.
Feeling dissatisfied, Lady Kindness? Despite the Council of Elders' lofty residence on Dawncloud, it must still tolerate the whims of the Chrysos heirs.
So you were holding back just now. Seems like you are better at playing this game than I. In any case, I'm glad that she's arriving here.
What you
So tell me,
scheming, Canis?
Anaxagoras, now that you're an ally of mine, if Aglaya were to demand that I hand you over, what should I do?
Interesting
you can
question.
do as she says. Tell her that the Council of Elders merely wished to chat with me and had no intention of offending her. However, by doing so, the authority of the Council of Elders will be as thin as papyrus that has been soaked in blood. Not only can it be destroyed at the slightest touch, but the Council will also lose possession of a valuable core flame. No, More like 2 core flames. After all, at the next Citizens' Assembly, that young lady who is synonymous with death will also be standing on our side.
Our side?
Oh? How can you be sure of that?
Is that of importance to you? All you need to know is that I have a plan. In my opinion, you should be more worried about the impending threat.
What are you up to, Anaxa? How deep does your plan go?
The masses today, she could also dismiss the entire Council of Elders in one fell swoop tomorrow. If that happens, the discussion that we've just had will turn into an utter joke instead. Is this the outcome that you wish to see, Lady Kindness?
Fine. I will handle this matter appropriately. But you do best to remember this. Fool the people and karma will be on your tail. I'll overlook it this time, but don't count on there being a next time. Unless, of course, you crave cruel punishment and consider suffering the perfect state to ponder the true nature of souls.
Well, what do you know? That happens to be one of my rare talents.
God.
We shall see, then.
I've got to say that you've managed to really impress me again. But shouldn't you be going after more?
Dying to know what I'm after.
I mean, I'm the reason Titan after all. It is in me to ask and seek answers.
Easy there. You'll learn the answer soon enough. I didn't bring it up with her purely because she doesn't have the means to give me what I truly want. It's as they say, onlookers see most clearly. The true masters of Dawncloud have always been the Theoros, who watches over everything.
Yeah, okay. Time for the real discussion.
An expected visitor. Welcome once again. You know, you could actually skip all the pointless debate and come straight to me to seek an audience with Kefali. I have no reason to refuse you, do I?
You may not, but Kindness has. Whoever gets hold of Kefali's core flame will get to rule over Akama.
Fair, yeah.
She's wary of me, so naturally I had to gain her trust. I would say that debate was not at all pointless.
Very true.
In my view, this individual has gone to great lengths to get close to Kefali. He might very well be plotting something nefarious against the Titan. Are you still willing to let him pass, knowing this?
What's your goal here, Circes?
Yes, very much so. All living creations are always free to visit Kefali's transcendent vessel. This comes with being the World-Bearer.
How convenient it is to be able to hear what they say.
It is truly my honor to speak to a venerated Titan in person.
God, I love this guy, honestly.
Go ahead.
He's so,
Let me join you both
so
on this
mischievous sounding. I do not trust him with any fiber of my being.
A bygone myth tells of an occasion where Kefali once answered their followers' questions on the peak of the holy mountain. Their followers have since believed that scaling this Titan cliff is one way of being with the god.
Okay.
Hear that? It's not every day that you get to climb a mountain with Circes. You should sing me a hymn of praise.
Titan hymns are beyond me.
Not too surprising. Oh my god, did they actually pace out a piece of dialogue correctly so that we don't miss it? Insane. Unheard of. And then I want the chest.
Take this Yanis shortcut, and the long pilgrimage stairway will be waiting for you at its end.
Okay.
I have to admit, I never expected you to not ask me anything. Not even my motive.
Yeah.
Because I know very well what it is you are after. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. I have a feeling that your theory will be validated at the end of this journey.
Someone who believes in his theory?
I believe Kefali will not deprive you of your right to ask your question, especially now that you're on the brink of death. You must be closer to Kefali than anyone else. Wouldn't you agree?
Very interesting.
I hope things go as you say, then.
Putting a child of justice into a farcical world is bound to turn it upside down. It is my hope that you bring a much-needed change to this world which is on the brink of destruction.
Okay. Someone who actually is just supporting us in some form.
I want to make something with it. But what to make?
Up the mountain we go.
Honestly, this is my first time going up to Dawncloud's peak.
What a splendid view. Isn't it about time you recognize the magnificence of us Titans?
I have a feeling he won't be too open to that.
Well, I don't see how this place is different from those temples in the city. All they have are magnificent facades.
Emphasis on facade.
And even though I've come this far, I'm still doubtful about getting useful clues from him.
I must be getting ahead of myself to be expecting to hear something nice from
Yeah.
him.
Oh? Haven't you been in my head for some time now? It's high time you get used to how I feel about things.
God.
Alright, we're just a short hike away from Kefali. No time to waste here.
Alrighty.
So the intellectual debate from earlier was too draining for you, huh? If Amphorius gets a new lease on life, you should focus on strengthening your body and stop shirking social interactions.
Save your concern.
The Titan is in sight. Can you make it?
Why? Are you going to carry me up if I were to fall now?
God, their dynamic is so fun.
I know how far I can go, so just hold your tongue and come along.
Fine then. I guess I won't say any more. I'll just wait till your soul dissipates completely
Oh my
to
God.
gain control over your body.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait. Is
Oh.
that...
A memory of Circes?
Hey, look at that.
Huh? What
Oh,
should I
she
be
can't
looking
see
at?
Am I hallucinating? Or do we even get to see souls when we're close to dying?
That seems to sort of be the case. But yeah, I love how they sort of begrudgingly have to acknowledge each other, but very much will bitch about it the entire way.
Oh? Why didn't you bring your favorite spear with you on this
Oh.
trip, Nias?
Interesting.
Ah, yes. I know I've heard this
Yeah.
name somewhere.
It's unfortunate. The black tide destroyed every last inch of my calyx.
Okay.
How could that be? Even a creation of Georios, from their prized ores and molten fire.
Oh, so his spear was made by Georios.
Escape the fate of destruction?
Hey, Circes. Do you know a certain Nias?
Nias? No, not that I remember. How did you even think up such a strange name?
I just saw him. Nias. A warrior-like figure who was just chatting with you here.
Okay, yeah.
No, I have no such memory.
Are you lying?
Could you be hallucinating?
Huh.
This is a departed spirit.
Oh, yeah. Huh. He's starting to hallucinate. Oh, neat to have one of these that's going sort of laterally. Oh, Hand of Zagreus. Oh boy.
You two again.
Yeah. Huh.
Enough about me. Did Kaus ever reply to you?
Kaus?
Well, regrettably.
Seems like the price of becoming a demigod is a lot heftier than we thought.
Oh. A demigod of the past?
Demigod? I've never heard of this person.
Yeah.
Which Titan's authority did he inherit?
Look on the bright side, Nias. Since we've come all this way, I doubt he'd snub his old friends, would he?
Let's just hope we mean as much as the world.
Interesting that it
Hey,
isn't saying Circes
Are
for
you
the
seeing
name
that
of the
same
past version of
hallucination
her.
Again?
Maybe it is really a different person,
Yes.
some other
It's
aspect
still
of her
you
or
and
something.
Nias, but you're now talking about a certain Kaus. I'm guessing he's one of your companions.
I'm very intrigued by this.
Kaos. This name sounds just as strange to me.
Never mind. I think I know what this is about. If things are as I thought, then they aren't hallucinations, but
Memories? The
the
past?
souls of people.
Souls. Okay.
What? But if those are the souls of the dead, then what am I?
That is a good question.
Beats me. For all I know, you're just an illusion I conjured up in my dying moments.
I guess that is a possibility.
Let's just keep going. As long as I take in more sights and hear more stories.
Know your limits. Wander too far among the dead, and even I might not be able to save you.
Alright, up we go. Seeing more dead
This
souls.
is indeed as I thought. Then this will be very amusing.
Oh yeah? Amusing how?
So, we meet again. I'm sure you wouldn't mind a snooping ear.
God, I love Anaxa's attitude.
Can you keep going?
Of course.
Very intrigued by this, because Nias is also interesting for him to be here.
I wouldn't have come along with you.
I guess this also
Thing is,
counts as
Nias,
one
as far as I
aspect of the
understand,
world-bearing burden.
isn't Nicodor
If
himself just an
Amphorius
aspect
does
of
have a next life, you may want to get your body in shape.
Keep your sarcasm to yourself.
This also sounds a bit different
I'm not
than
getting
Circes.
anything of value from them.
It might just be her attitude and tone.
Would sooner throw myself off this cliff and hit rock bottom than exercise even a little. I am Calypso of the eminent Seven Sages, after all. Training would make me no different from those Helcalithist barbarians.
Okay, the person that she took the name of.
She's one of the Seven Sages. A member of the Grove?
Okay.
No, she can't be. I would know her name if she really were one of the Seven Sages. Hey, Circes. Does the name Calypso ring a bell?
Oh.
Circes?
Where'd Circes go?
Gone.
Suspicious.
Doesn't matter. I can do this myself.
Very interesting.
Oh, beautiful old world.
Oh, there they are.
Where are you now? Oh, legendary era Chrysia, return to the mortal realm. Splendid gods once walked the paths we walk. Alas, all that's left of that warmth is a hazy mirage.
Why are you chanting that too?
Yeah. Interesting.
We're here, finally. So, I don't get to ask the Titan my question, but all of you make for a pleasant surprise, nonetheless. Very well then, let me uncover the truth for myself.
Alright. We're really not doing good, Anaxa.
Did I still fail to make it in time? So, I'm back here again.
Dipping back into this dream.
I can hear it. I hear it from the depths of the tides, behind the closed doors of the void world. A voice ready to tell me something.
Yeah, picking up from where we last left off here.
This time, the voice is a lot clearer than before.
Uh-huh. What does it say? Oh. Ooh, I love this art style.
Since we've come this far, let's just wait.
Oh?
Nias and Miss Calypso. Are you both here to visit Chaos too?
Yes, and we've been waiting for quite some time now.
Ooh. Ooh.
Regrettably, he hasn't answered us. The worst-case scenario is that he's already been overwhelmed and crushed by the world-bearing burden.
Interesting.
You're overthinking, Lord Nias. I can still sense Chaos' soul in the area.
Yeah, okay.
And besides, we both know Chaos' nature. A deliverer like him
A deliverer.
wouldn't fall so readily, much less give up on all that he holds dear. Isn't that so?
God, this is so intriguing.
Yes. I have faith in him.
That reminds me. Why are you
That's
making this trip
Polixia?
alone, Polixia?
That changes things.
My sister needs more time to make sure the flowers are fine.
And she has a sister. How old is Castorus?
Such a pity. Both of you have hearts kinder than anyone else. Yet you are born only to take over Thanatos' divinity.
Huh.
Everything that I see and hear this time has left me shaken to the core.
If her sister really
What
is
may seem like a
Castorus.
mundane conversation is in truth a once-in-a-lifetime exchange that has revealed the
Why doesn't
ultimate
Castorus
answer
know
to
about
Circe's
this?
question.
Or why hasn't she brought this up if she does?
The conjecture has taken shape and must now be solidified into a theorem.
Next, I only need to seek verification from Kefali. By doing so, I can answer Cersei's question and reclaim my body. But no, I will not do that. That isn't important.
Really?
Because another one of my conjectures, one that I have always dreamed of proving, has been proved right this very instant. Fusing a mortal soul with that of a Titan to replace said Titan is not a ludicrous idea after all.
Okay. Don Hung POV? That I'm not what?
Thinking about?
Just amazed at how this towering tree is Cersei's divine body. It's a majestic sight.
Is that so? You don't look the slightest bit amazed, though. Plus, you seem to be strangely familiar with the city around the great tree.
I guess he did say that he was going back here. Merely something from the past that I won't go into. Yeah,
Events
you're
of
right.
the
A lot of
past,
reading incoming.
I was also a child when I looked up at Cersei's. Their leaves and branches reflected the sparkling stars. And their trunk was like a pillar that supported the sky and ground. I stood at this very spot back then, imagining the day when I could climb to the top of this tree. Because I would be the closest I can be to the sky at that spot.
Yeah. You're a sky priest, yet you study at a place that is home to the Reason Titan. That's rather counterintuitive.
Don't read too much into it. I mean, can mortals even hope to reach Aquila's realm? They're a strict and draconian god. Nothing like Cersei's. Reason is willing to share what is theirs with others, but Sky only expects people to revere them.
Interesting.
You get what I'm saying, right, Denny?
Aw, that's a nickname.
After all, the Titan that imprisoned you and Grey here in Amphorius is none other than Aquila themselves.
Yeah. Yes, I didn't count on provoking the ire of a local god.
But there will always be people who dream of soaring towards the sky. The Grove has a wealth of research on Aquila, and that is exactly what we are here for.
Alright.
It's just... I never thought Grey would meet with something like that before we set off.
Oh, interesting that they actually used the
As a
nickname this
physician,
time where they
I
used
should
their
have been
actual
there
name
by his
before.
side.
Bad luck tends to come in streaks, so don't beat yourself up over it. Besides, Aglaia needs you here to uncover the truth behind what happened to the Grove. Let's just make the most out of this trip and keep a lookout for any documents related to the Death Titan. They could be useful to Sylvan.
Yeah, there's no rest for the weary, huh? In any case, what we're looking for could be anywhere in this enormous grove. Let's split up to cover more ground. Danny, with your skills, I'm sure those monsters born of the Black Tide will pose no threat to you anyway.
Alright. What about you? Will you be alright on your own?
Have you forgotten that you're talking to the chief physician of the Twilight Courtyard? Have more faith in me. I'll be just fine.
Alright. The silence in here is deafening. Well, near deafening. With the vast amount of knowledge it holds, this academy is akin to a labyrinth of information. Even the cleverest of scholars would easily lose their way in here. I should gather my thoughts before heading in. About to leave Amphorius. In the myths, Aquila, the Titan who reigns over the domain of the skies, is a colossal bird that overlooks the world beneath them with 100 eyes. As long as they continue to soar above the clouds, the people of Amphorius will remain trapped on the ground. Hyacint's forebearers were priests who worshipped Aquila. Nobody is more familiar with the taboos of the Sky Titan than her. Seeing how Aglaia has sent her here as a guide, it's possible that she plans to have Hyacin take on a trial in the future. Amphorius' Titan mythology. In Amphorius, Titans are a common topic of discussion. People create myths that, in turn, conceive Titans. It's a tricky task to keep an objective view when among the people of Amphorius. Is there a way to step out of the situation and look at it from a different perspective? Oh wow, we're going deeper. Titans and Aeons. Titans and Aeons are two distinct classes of beings. Titans can communicate with us humans, and it is not impossible for us to overpower them. Upon their demise, we can even take over their divinity. In this regard, Titans can be said to be a lot more similar to humans than to Aeons are. Chrysosaurs and Demigods. Chrysosaurs are humans who possess heroic qualities, with most of them demonstrating extraordinary combat prowess and strength. Upon clearing a core flame trial, a Chrysosaur can even ascend to a demigod and inherit a Titan's divinity. Wait, something about that feels off. Is this a selection process of some sort? Guided by the prophecy, the heroes are on a quest to reclaim core flames and usher in the Era Nova. Their efforts have seen gratifying results to date. As I expected, the prophecy is the hardest to make any sense of, but with barely any information to go on, no matter how much I ruminate on it, it won't yield any results. I should leave this for another time. Our plight. Nobody could have even imagined that Sylvan's life would be forfeited the moment we landed on Amphorius. I should have done more to keep her safe. But it's not too late. We still have a fighting chance. The unique rules that govern life and death on Amphorius might just work in our favor and save her. The Grove is a veritable library of knowledge. Maybe they'll have records on a similar case? Please, let there be one. Alright. Clock is ticking. I should search for clues as I move. Interesting. The night sky feels unusual, now that I've gotten used to the eternal light of Akama. Yeah, I guess he hasn't really ventured out of Akama this whole time, pretty much. He's been sort of staying at home. Actually, I guess I can just teleport to where we need to be. Or, I guess not? Alright. Forcing me to walk and shit. That's a vital few seconds I could have saved. Black monsters are twisted in form, and their life has turned to ash together with their souls. It's impossible to figure out their form when they were still alive. These are the remains of a black tide monster. It does look different from the Titan King from up close. What's that underneath it? A scroll? Ah, a scroll. Yeah, no, it very much is possible that Dunhung becomes a demigod as well. I'd be very curious which one he becomes connected to. A recorded debate between Venerationist and New Sporus scholars, most of it is illegible, leaving only fragments of dialogue. Venerationist scholar, we all recalled that state that dared touch the sky, but what were they really? Just blind masses manipulated by ambitious politicians who dared challenge the Titan's authority. A completely meaningless attempt, an absolute mistake. You Venerationists have bowed to the Titans for so long, you've forgotten a scholar's true purpose? Making a mistake does not mean the act was meaningless. Even though students new to the Grove understand this from basic logic lessons. An entire city-state reduced to ashes proved the skyship's construction was a mistake. To me, that's precisely the meaning they achieved through sacrifice. Am I hearing this right? Such a statement, are you converting to Venerationism? No, I'm simply examining the matter from another perspective. Legible content ends here. Interesting. As I expected, the Grove doesn't forbid discussion about the sky. It's a debate between two scholars about the skyships. Aglaia also made mention of the ships when she interrogated us, a memory I'd rather forget. I'll hold on to this for now. With any luck, this journey won't leave us empty-handed. Yeah, no, Finon's the only person who doesn't get to be a demigod. He has to suffer. Oh, surrounded by enemies? That's Hyacine? Why is she surrounded by so many monsters? As much faith as I have in her, it's probably a good idea to help her out here.
Really now? This is way more trouble than I could have asked for.
She does not seem perturbed. Need a hand?
Or you could sit back and watch.
Wow, she's confident. I can't tell if you're serious or not, but being hard to read isn't without its perks, I suppose.
I'm kidding, Danny. Lend me a hand, pretty please. All right, now let's get him.
Alrighty. Let's try out Casperus for the first time, I guess. Alright. Alrighty. Damn it, I should have saved the ult for a moment so that she could have done her move. Oh well. Yep, let's move Casperus forward.
Please cherish this time.
And I guess we just go a-whacking for now. And yeah, okay.
Underestimating us will cost you.
Yeah, okay. I have a lot of points. I can charge up. Alright, we're nearly there.
As you wish.
Let's see it.
Embrace a new life.
God, it looks so good. Alright. Let's just burn him down. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, thanks for noticing the haircut. Good to see you, Conan Nando. It's always nice to see you around, and thanks for mentioning that. Yeah, I very rarely get haircuts, but I try to keep this one going occasionally. I just let my hair grow way too long sometimes. This place is practically in ruins. What happened? There shouldn't be this many monsters here.
The Black Tide is remarkably quick to detect the light of Amphorius. So or rather, the blessings of the Sky Priest in me, might have unknowingly called them to me.
Ah, okay.
Anyway, never mind that for now. Here, you might want to have a look at this. I found it around here and thought it might be of interest to you.
Ah, another scroll. Debate record between two scholars. Most are illegible, leaving only fragments of dialogue. Euthrifo? Whatever. I believe that's, Anaxa's master, wasn't it? His teacher? Well then, enlighten me. What exactly do you mean by examining from another perspective? Simple, you see. When we stand, normally, the sky is above. When we stand on our heads, it's below our feet. I don't even want to know what kind of situation inspired you to make such exalted theories. By the way, I have a student who loves to write satirical comedies and once wrote about a fool who could not figure out a question no matter what. As I said, there's no reasoning with you Venerationists. You're like Dromasses. Huge yet always gazing downward at the earth, while I want to be the wasp that stings the Dromas. What if that state tyrant's defeat simply proved that among all paths to Aquila, the skyship was the wrong idea? Yep, it's about Anaxa. Anaxagoras, you impious blasphemer. Mark my words, you will eventually answer for your sacrilege. I doubt your students, or that young teaching assistant girl, have any idea what secret research you're truly conducting. Ah. Anaxagoras. He's the scholar who fused himself with the core flame of reason.
This is new. I didn't know Professor Anaxa was researching this guy.
Does he just have the answers to everything?
He's never mentioned anything about it.
Huh. Finon said Anaxa might be opposed to the flame chase journey.
is an understatement. Anaxa has never been one to venerate the gods.
You think?
Nor has he ever found it within himself to put any faith in the prophecy. People have come to think of him as a heretic, even in a place as liberal as the Grove. Yet, it is also this very blasphemer that Cersei's favors. Fate sure works in mysterious ways.
I picked up a scroll on my way here, too. It looks like it may be related to the one you're holding.
Oh? Let me have a look.
Icing combines both records together.
By the looks of them, these scrolls are records of two conversations that took place in the same setting.
Yeah.
One after the other.
Okay. There's still much I don't know about the Grove. Do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Sure. Go ahead.
Who are the Venerationists?
The Grove of Epiphany is home to 7 schools of thought. While all 7 schools are founded on the ideologies of Thalesis, the first scholar, each is unique in its own way.
Makes sense.
Among them, the Venerationists revere and worship the Titans the most.
Makes sense based on their name?
As the sage of the Venerationists, Euthyphro has always been at loggerheads with Anaxa.
That's an interesting turn of
If
phrase.
we
I
were to
haven't heard
place the 7
loggerheads before.
sages on the scales of Talanton, Anaxa and Euthyphro would be placed on opposite sides to achieve balance.
A very illustrative explanation. Thank you. Was it a mistake to build the skyships?
Nearly everyone in Amphorius has heard the story of the skyships by now. Aquila's stature is loftier than the heavens, and their divine retribution is merciless.
Seems like it.
That's why it's no use building giant skyfaring ships. Oh, but I do wonder if a supercharged mini treaty cannon could slip past their watch.
God. That was a joke, right? What is Anaxa's field of study?
Newsporists primarily study the application of alchemy in soul repair.
Okay, so they're specifically about alchemy to soul repair.
Everyone considers Anaxa a blasphemer.
Alchemy for the purpose of soul
That has never
stuff.
stopped him from sharing his ideas, no matter how taboo. If you must say that he's hiding something, then it's likely what lies beneath his eye patch.
Ah. No more questions.
Anaxa often says that every failure brings us one step closer to the truth. Perhaps, to him, the crash of the skyship carries a different interpretation.
Yeah.
The firmament is not impenetrable. On the contrary, it was precisely
I believe that makes
because the
sense.
skyship
That I think
represented
is
the
more
first step
viable
toward
than it being
breaking free
impenetrable.
from the shackles of the earth. That it provoked the wrath of the Sky Titan and brought divine punishment upon itself. It's a shame that the majority of the Grove's research on Aquila was headed by the Venerationists, with sacrificial rituals making up a predominant part of their findings. Discourse about more esoteric subject matters in relation to Aquila dwindled even further after the skyship incident.
Not surprising.
So
a city
much
gets
so
nuked and
that
people stop doing the
even
thing that got it
scroll is
nuked.
completely new to me.
Don't worry about it. We'll just collect everything we can find on the Titans for now. There's something else that's caught my attention, though. This says that Anaxa is conducting secret experiments of some sort.
That's what I'd like to know. What are these experiments he's
Anaxa
involved
really
in?
is at the center of a lot of
Even I,
questions,
the
more than I
assistant
expected.
lecturer, know next to nothing about them. I have a bad feeling about this. Could there be more to what happened at the Grove?
Maybe. That actually would be interesting. Maybe Anaxa is secretly a little bit responsible?
This is the Library of Philia, a place where the Grove stores its collection of tomes. Other than books written by the 7 schools, You can also find philosophical texts, ballads, and religious writings from the Outlands here.
Okay.
Cities that desire to learn from the Grove were apparently expected to contribute knowledge of equal value to what they sought. We've had more than our fair share of hilarious episodes over the years. For instance, it's said that the Erythrocaramists once borrowed a manuscript from a certain author, but ended up returning a copy instead of the original.
God.
What's more, the original manuscript was supposedly then hidden here.
That doesn't seem like a nice thing to do.
Nice? No need to hold yourself back, Danny. You can just tell it like it is. Their behavior was no different from bandits.
Well, if you don't mind, did the Grove ever rob Castrum Kremnos?
Whew. You've got me there. Some said you couldn't even find a dictionary in Castrum Kremnos, so I guess they were spared.
God.
There are too many books in the Library of Philia. Flipping through them all will take too long. Why don't we use the Biblioslate to search for the texts we need? We can bring them back to Akama for reading after that.
Alrighty. Agreed. This place isn't safe. We should leave as soon as we're done. There are still several more scrolls strewn all over the place. I'll gather them while you pull up those texts. This way, nothing will be overlooked. Alright, let's grab some scrolls. These are complaint letters from the scholars about Anaxagoras the Blasphemer. There's a thick stack of letters. Based on the dust accumulated into the perfectly intact seals, the complainee did not even bother opening them and just chucked them aside into a corner. This is about Anaxa? I should read this. Hyacine, you should come have a look too.
Ugh, it's so dusty in here. Whoa. Are these
Not a lot of people like
complaints about
Anaxa.
I can already see what they must have written. Anaxa has no respect for the gods. His very existence undermines order in our society. They're probably all things like that.
Hyacine is really cute. I love the way she acts. It's great. Does Anaxa hold that much influence?
Why else would they call him the great performer?
Yeah.
When Anaxa established his school of thought, the first thing he apparently did was read his own work to everyone.
Of course
Are the
it
Titans
was.
truly an accurate reflection of what humans think gods should be? Worlds created by gods are indubitably perfect, but what of Amphorius? Only foolishness and insensitivity everywhere you turn.
Okay, that's his logic. An uncanny impersonation. What happened after?
They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could finish. Though what he took on in the end was more of a debate than an actual trial.
God.
He had to address every one of the scholar's allegations, or face expulsion.
And he got out of it. No wonder he can keep up with Cersei's.
First allegation was... Do you agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth, so the mountains, rivers, and seas must likewise be their creations?
Am I supposed to put myself in Anaxa's shoes and answer that? As told in the myth, the seas, the skies, and the earth are all, beyond the shadow of a doubt, creations of the Titans.
Anaxa would have probably been spared a lot of trouble if he had answered.
Yeah, I have a
this
feeling
way.
he wouldn't have said that.
Instead, he quoted past instances of the flame chase journey.
Oh.
And posited the humans have the potential to take over the divinity of Titans.
Ah, yeah.
Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his
I can
answer,
imagine.
So they followed up with a second allegation. You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods.
God.
Do you admit it?
That's a serious allegation. Did he really do that?
Anaxa always wears an eye patch, never removing it, even when alone. Some say used one of his eyes
Seems to
as
be
an
the case.
alchemical ingredient. Every being in the world owes their safekeeping to Kifili, and this is even more so for the Chrysos heirs who have divine blood coursing through them. If he has really done something of that nature, then it'd indeed be sacrilegious.
Yeah, huh.
Thankfully, they had no way to prove it, so it amounted to nothing more than an allegation in the end.
But he did do it.
One by one, Anaxa engaged in wars of words against those who would challenge him. Toward the end, a scholar asked him, Anaxagoras, have you any respect
Yeah, I'm very
for the
curious
gods?"
about that.
It was only after a brief silence that he answered, I have never denied that titans are meant to be noble constructs.
I love Hyacine's little impersonations. What he didn't say, that the Titans are not noble, rings louder in this case.
I'm not sure how that controversy was eventually resolved, but what's for certain at least is that Anaxa was allowed to stay in the grove where he continued his research, despite being regarded as a heretic. By the way, this stack of complaint letters has reminded me of a place in the grove. We may find clues there that aren't on the teleslate.
Okay.
I'm talking about Anaxa's
Oh,
alchemy
going straight
lab,
to his lab.
hidden between the cornerstones.
Given the Grove's meticulous approach to archiving, could there really be such an oversight right under their noses?
It's a well-kept secret. Among the 7 sages, excluding the nominal chief sage, each has a private sanctuary where they can
Okay.
conduct research undisturbed in their free time.
Interesting.
Even the administrators of the Library of Philia are restricted from accessing those places and documenting the sage's research.
Feels
But
sketchy to do that.
with the grove in this state, I'm sure Anaxa won't be mad even if we sneak into the lab for a short while. Right?
He'll absolutely, like, tease us about it in some way, shape, or form, but he'll probably see the merit in it. Me up. Me up. Not able to teleport, no. Nah. We go. Alrighty.
This is the place, but where is everything? Materials for alchemical experiments, matrix diagrams, and even the seal to the lab. They're
True, that is very fair. He might actually
gone.
approve of what they're doing.
The Black Tide destroyed it all.
No wonder we didn't see any defense mechanisms along the way. Have you ever been here before?
No, not even close. Not only are alchemy experiments high-risk activities, but Professor Anaxa also has a penchant for using bizarre materials. Students often saw him walk in looking right as rain, but come out covered in soot with his hair singed. Naturally, no one dared to come near this place. Huh? That bookshelf over there seems to be the only thing still intact.
Ah. And of course, this will be the important information. These are the materials requested by Anaxagoras, documents from various fields that have been compiled in one place, including Titan creations, the universality of the soul, alchemy doctrine, and so on. Most of the materials look to be within the research domain of the New Sporist school of thought. However, a document titled A Study of the Chrysos Heir's Background is mixed within. A hastily written journal. These appear to be quick notes examining the background of Chrysos heirs. The Holy Maiden of Yanissopolis, Trivi, Trian, and Trinan, descendants of the Holy Maiden from the Temple of the Three Fates. Gold Weaver Aglaya of Akama, from the Menestia priestly family, the Prince of Castrum Kremnos, Hyacine of the Twilight Courtyard. All of their ancestry have varying degrees of connection to the divine titans or their divine authorities. Does the golden blood come from the heritage of priest families or royal bloodlines? In Anaxagoras, I myself show no such connection. Kefli the Crater, what criteria did they use to create the golden blood to shape the Chrysos heirs? Yet Castris, the servant of death from Idonia, her lineage is neither titan priest nor demigod, but she has walked the earth for at least a millennium with the power to grant death to humans. Where did this power come from? Another text speaks of the dragon legends of Styxia. The alchemical extraction of soul ripped from dragon corpses is intriguing. Dragons appear to be the Titans' creations. Perhaps there's a way to reverse the process, using alchemy to refuse human souls with Titan creations, increasing the purity and divinity of gold blood toward the absolute? The theory must be tested, experiments to be arranged. Interesting.
What's going on?
Very interesting.
Anaxa is conducting research on our friends in Alchema and me?
Must be awkward to learn that your teacher was conducting experiments on you. This journal contains several intriguing points. Creation of Titans. From the Abyss of Fate to Castrum Kremnos, I've seen many a Titan creation during my time in Amphorius. Lifeforms created by Circes can also be found in the Grove. But fusing them with human souls through alchemical means? I can't even begin to imagine. Anaxa seems to hold special interest in the divinity coursing through the Chrysos heirs' veins, has even conducted a thorough investigation into the heroes' backgrounds.
It wouldn't have been so strange if he had focused only on Cassie, given her own curiosity about her origins.
Yeah.
Plus, considering that the new sporists have crafted omnipotent medicines capable of curing diseases, it also makes sense that he would conduct research on immortal Chrysos heirs.
Yeah.
Now, it seems Anaxa's objective was never to create medicine, but to identify the origin of the golden blood and figure out its inner workings.
Almost the origin of divinity itself. Through alchemy, Anaxa aims to refine the golden blood in the Chrysos heirs to a degree of purity equal to divinity. This must be what he means by close to true purity, but treating both Titan creations and the human body as materials to be used in alchemy experiments? That's rather extreme.
Danny, look at this.
Uh-oh.
I have a bad feeling about this.
What is it? Ah, another hastily written journal. Appear to be incomplete. Judging from what's left behind, the important alchemical formula have been taken away. Only the author's reasoning remains. The previous approach has flaws. Fusing human souls with Titan creations does not purify golden blood. Even pure Titan creations are contaminants to the Chrysos heirs' golden blood. Soul fusion between humans and creations merely repairs impurities of the soul or maintains a connection to dying souls. While creation myths tell us that Chrysos heirs and other creations were all made by Titans, their nature differs fundamentally. The Titans' creations are no intermediate products of an alchemical process, and the Chrysos heirs are closer to the Titans than the creations. In other words, I should not have considered Titan creations equal to Chrysos heirs. The hypothesis I should focus on is one pointed towards the Titans themselves. Such rare chances to study Titans demand a meticulous selection of research subjects. Living Titans prove impossible to restrain, and dead Titans offer no insights worth pursuing. But dying Titans, they are the perfect research subjects. Only by understanding the fundamentals of creation can we ensure perfection at the moment of everything's birth. Through my own hands, I will melt a Titan and reach the true essence of the soul. Is Anaxa a bad guy? Or is he just deeply morally dubious?
My biggest fear. It's come true. After going through his notes, I think I can piece it all together
He's
now.
with a dying Titan right now, and he has a Titan in his body as well.
Soul transmutation.
Do you mean he's trying to reconstruct human souls alchemically?
Yes, this is what he was
Indeed, if
secretly
evil,
conducting
why
research
hot?
on.
It is the eternal
Something
question.
he had to keep hidden from others. Compared to his public speeches, this is the real blasphemy.
Yeah.
Oh, I just thought of something.
What's wrong?
Do you remember when the Black Tide was approaching? The Grove had planned to send Cersei's core flame to a safe
Was that
place.
intentional? A way to
But an accident
restrain a
happened along the
Titan?
way, and Anaxa lost his life in the process?
But Cersei's took over his body and resurrected him, which led to the situation we're in now.
That's right. But what if
Yeah.
Professor Anaxa's fusion with the core
It's all
flame
his
region
plan.
wasn't an accident?
Oh, fuck, he's playing Cersei's. What do you
Put
mean?
yourself in his shoes. Knowing that the Black Tide was closing in and your time was running out, what would you have done?
I'd put my theories to the test, no matter the cost.
Exactly. When the Black Tide came, the true reason Anaxa headed to the Luminary Throne
Yeah.
was to transmute and fuse himself with the Titan's core flame.
I'm loving this twist right now. Did he succeed?
Judging from how he reacted after the event, the results came as a surprise. Maybe he failed to consider the possibility that Cersei's would make a similar decision. The manuscripts
Okay, I guess it
detailing
isn't
all
all
the
going as
alchemical
planned.
formulae have been taken away. His research is still ongoing.
Yeah. Could he have taken them for other purposes?
Like what? There's only one Titan left in the world now.
Hmm.
No. No way.
To conceive an entity of perfection, one must first understand the principles of creation. If Anaxa is in Akama now, then that means...
He's after Kefali.
Yeah! Yeah, he didn't want her as a roommate.
Sir,
He was just trying to
this
fuse
sky
with her
above
core
us,
flame.
It's not real, is it?
This is such a good
Of
development.
course not. This is
Okay,
just
no,
an
his
image
teacher
from a
was
projection
someone
device
else,
used
okay.
for educational purposes. A simple trick. The day-night cycle has been lost to this world. So that students like you may still learn about the night sky, astronomers have harnessed the Titan's miraculous power to manipulate the light, projecting the nights of the past here for you. Much like how the sky above the Holy City is also illuminated by Kefali's dawn device.
So, the skies of Akama are fake too.
He wants to break through the fake
You
sky.
mustn't conclude that, Anaxa. You should know that only a child would expose a trick and be proud of it. Often people know more than they let on. They simply choose to feign ignorance because they have no other choice.
Then they're just deluding themselves. People believe in Kefali's tale of Genesis, accepting wholesale whatever the priests preach. But we're different. We've already walked out of the firelit cave of ignorance.
Firelit cave
we
of
have
ignorance.
already realized that we live
Nice
in a
little
world
reference.
where Titans make the rules. Even when we look at the sky, we're only seeing what they allow us to see. Rather than gazing at this mockery of a night sky fabricated by them for the rest of my life, why shouldn't I be the one to take control of the projection device instead?
Ah, that's certainly an ideology.
So much time has passed since you sowed the seeds of doubt in my heart, child. Many a night, I find myself penning down all my theories and wild ideas, only to burn them to ashes when I open my eyes in the day.
Why? Because we'll face death by burning if word gets out?
As a sage of the Venerationists, my soul has already become inextricably linked to the great tree. Every word I say and every move I make is certain to influence every leaf, every branch, even the tree itself.
Okay.
But above all else, my days are numbered. Instinctively, I have my doubts about the golden blood and the human soul, yet I have no means of verifying them. The golden blood in my veins is
he also has
woefully
golden
thin,
blood.
and I am loath to waste what little time I have left obsessing over a hypothesis that cannot even be proven in the first place.
But what if it could with immoral means?
I can, sir. I can do it for us. The time is right. Give me all that I need, and I shall accomplish this grand feat on your behalf.
You're right.
Oh, wow.
I shall do just that. In the next meeting of the sages, I will spare no efforts fighting for the rights you deserve.
Okay.
Go. Establish your own school of thought. Find out what we are. Become the one who conquers the ultimate truths of the world.
Cool.
Child of humanity.
And now we return here.
You didn't go to such lengths for an audience with Kefali. Just ask him a few questions, did you?
Nope.
So, you figured it out.
Yeah, quite possibly.
If I were as foolish as a Dromus, perhaps I'd throw myself down and prostrate before their greatness, begging for the gods' prophetic wisdom. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm no Dromus. Alas, I am a human, standing tall on 2 feet.
On the verge of death, he stands tall and proud.
And pride.
Before such power, does it make any difference whether you're a human or a Dromus?
I'm sure you're familiar with the story of the Styxians. When the raging waves threatened to swallow them, they didn't just give up and become sitting ducks. No. They constructed a dam that kept the roaring tide at bay, chaining down the mad Fagusa.
Wow.
They call me a blasphemer, Xerxes. But that doesn't mean I deny the existence of gods. It's just... as I see it, Titans are simply a force that mankind has yet to find a way to tame.
Saying that to the face of a Titan.
Power that rivals the Titans is what you crave. Why not conform to the prophecy and brave the trial?
Why stop at harnessing the power of the Titans when I can do so much more?
Ooh, I'm loving this.
The source of life is what I wish to grasp, to understand what makes up the soul, and to learn what we really are.
Hell yeah.
Thanks to you, I've had the chance to personally verify, in more ways than one, that the soul indeed ceases to exist in death.
No afterlife.
But where there is death, there is life. And where there is an end, there must also be a beginning. How then is a soul born?
Yeah.
That was the only unknown variable left in my calculations.
Okay.
And by the sound of it, you have already formed a conjecture.
No. I have already drawn a conclusion. In my journey unto death just now, I finally saw the answer with my own eyes.
Okay.
Professor Anaxa. I'm here.
Oh, Castorus.
Her life hangs by a thread. I must ask you to refrain from taking any unnecessary steps.
Okay.
Of course. I'll bring this to a conclusive end, and give you the answer you so desire.
All right.
However, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, I must also demand from you what I need.
Interesting.
As you wish.
Don't you care to know what the price might be?
It's a matter of uncovering the truth about the Death Titan and her survival.
Yeah. There's probably very few things she wouldn't sacrifice for
This may be the
that.
only time I can ever save someone's
Yeah.
life. There is no need for me to think twice.
The chance to save a life. More important than anything to her.
In that case, let the show begin.
Indulge me. Am I correct to say that you intend to prove Thanatos' whereabouts and prove the nature of our existence now?
Before I begin, I must confess I had been stuck in a cognitive trap all this time.
What is
as
that?
unrelated as these two propositions may seem at first glance, they are in fact logical equivalents. They are merely two different ways of telling us about what the soul is at its core. The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Okay.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now.
Revealing
but
it.
That's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes.
Yes.
That's not all. Remember how I said you were a part of that conversation too, Circes?
And I've told you that I have no recollection of such an event. That was likely just an illusion conjured up by the mind of a dying man.
Of course you would remember.
And why is that?
Because that wasn't you. That was Calypso. One of the 7 sages of the grove.
But she shared the appearance.
Calypso.
Oh, that's the name I made up on a whim when speaking to this girl. How do you know of it? And
maybe not a
surely
coincidence
you
that she
jest.
made that name up.
Don't you think I, of all people, would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade of my tree? Don't you claim to know the grove's past like the back of your hand?
It seems you've lost even the memories seared into your soul.
God.
Use your head, Circes. Since all of this took place in the realm of the dead, it stands to reason their likenesses are of souls from the past. The living cannot step foot into that world, so who could they be? Think about Calypso. Why does she share your likeness? Yet you have no idea
what is this
who she
leading
is.
to?
The answer is evident, is it not? Those fallen heroes are the mortal incarnations of the Titans before their ascensions to godhood. The gods aren't master creators born out of thin air, and they are no different from humans. Because they
Very interesting. That was sort of where my mind was going, but very interesting nonetheless.
Does this answer disappoint you?
Yes, because you've answered nothing. If I truly was once human, as you claim, then where do the children of humanity come from?
Even on the off chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts. How are we to find them?
He has at least a clue about that.
I knew you would say that. But it matters not. I know what I'm doing. Actually, Why don't we have this supreme being standing before us?
Finally letting Kefali in on this.
You can revive a Titan?
I love how Cersei's is on the back foot here.
Humans cannot return from the dead. Neither can gods. But all we need to do is look at this from a different perspective, and the problem will resolve itself. The solution is simple. Just like what you did to me.
Oh?
If I'm reborn as Kefali, I can rebuild the world and all within it as they once did. Simple, is it not?
Wild. In the meantime, okay, we're cutting away from that, of fucking course.
I have news from Hyacinth and Dan Heng. Anaxa might be trying to do something with Kefali's
He's trying to
body.
become Kefali.
Kefali? But what could Anaxa want? Is the Council of Elders going to sit around and let such a sacrilegious act
I did not
unfold?
expect this angle for the story.
That is not possible. He is indeed the great performer, capable of fooling anyone and everyone with his tricks.
I'm sorry.
No need for guilt, for this is good news to us. The Council of Elders has found themselves a traitorous ally. Anaxa's ambitious desires will be something we can exploit. What we should be doing now is to keep our eyes peeled for whichever trickery Kindness is up to, and react accordingly to thwart her plans.
Okay.
Being Akima's political center, the Demigod Council holds just as much significance as the Vortex of Genesis. Someday, after my duty is over, this site will take the place of the battlefield where you hunt gods. Become the next challenge you ought to overcome. Till then, it's best to get used to this place as soon as possible.
Yeah. They really sort of tricked us with this. I'm a fan, honestly. I'm really curious to see how this resolves. I feel like it sort of opened up a possible, like, side of the lore that there wasn't
because of the
before.
Council of Elders. How dare they trample over it?
Alright, what's this about? Wow, these people are shooting daggers with their eyes.
It's been a while.
Oh. Oh, like of Amphorius?
What is that supposed to be?
Oh my god.
Is this really the sort of person that the young lord praised as a ferocious warrior?
Didn't expect to see Crateros right now.
It has indeed been some time, Lord Crateros. What brings you here in such haste?
Shh, keep it down. Be more vigilant. See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for Kindness.
Alright.
I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
My bad. So, did something happen?
Did you hear thunderclaps last night?
Oh? Yay, it's Acheron!
Acher... what?
She's been through a lot lately. Please pardon her. Can you tell us more about these thunderclaps?
Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw a spear bearing several words at Akama.
Watch out. The Flame Reaver is back.
Oh, they're back.
I guessed as much. We didn't actually kill them back at the Kremnos Arena.
Yeah, they're gonna be an issue for a lot longer, I have a
Figured
feeling.
this is something you would want to know. We Kremnoans never back down from a fight. So if you plan to take that thing down in a battle, reach out to me anytime.
Okay. Everything is moving all around us. It's
You
really
have
interesting.
my
I like
gratitude.
it a lot.
I will let Aglaya know about this right away.
Remind her to be on her toes while you're at it. That vicious Kindness has been unusually active lately.
Yeah.
Those lackeys she keeps undercover have been going in and out of the city a lot more frequently these days. Some even seem to be getting Kremnoans to defect to the council.
Oh, wow.
How dare you! Don't place that!
That's...
Looks like you can see it for yourself.
We should get back. Thank you for the intel, Lord Krateros.
Alright. We're back to our own POV.
By Catholic to Lenten above, as the Theoros I have observed.
Alright.
Aglaia, what happened here?
I know about the poisonous fangs of that king snake through the golden threads. In the past, I would be confident about keeping her in check, but I admit I am now unable to do so.
Okay.
What do you mean?
It is no longer about eloquence or arguments. I have been a demigod for far too long that I hardly have any
She
humanity
acknowledges
left.
it herself. Interesting.
Before I realized it, I have become no different from these hypocrites, no longer capable of relating to the people.
Interesting.
This has come a lot sooner than I expected. But
Oh.
perhaps it is time.
Turning Finon
need
into
you
the
to
face
step
of
up,
the heirs.
In order for
The
me to
shining
retreat
beacon at
behind
the front.
scenes.
Yes, this is my duty, but...
It is far easier for the Council of Elders to fool many than just fool one person. Their so-called more support is no more than a ruse to distribute power using words instead of lances. There is no glory in winning this debate, but that makes having respect for humans so much more priceless. Finan, you are a Chrysos
A
heir
Chrysos
without
heir
flaw,
without flaw.
capable of relating deeply with humans.
I appreciate what you've taught me, Aglaia.
The perfect
I hope
Chrysos
we'll
heir, I
live up to your
suppose.
expectations and win this debate.
Alright, debate time. What's up, Kindness?
Oh, you've done well, Lord Calictus. Let me take over and personally close this debate for today.
Alright. The face-off.
Dearest counselors, let it be known that I sorely miss the blissful times portrayed in lyrical poems. Back then, Amphorius was home to nearly
This place looks
1,000
amazing.
cities, each with their own local faith, while gods walked the earth and shared close bonds with humans. Yet, in the present, people from all over are forced to leave their homeland to seek refuge in the holy city, where they hope to rest under Kethali's protection. All of us have long been in the same boat, with no way out of this plight. We didn't have a choice in the past, but now, the Council of Elders brings to the table a new possibility. All I have left is one question for you. Would you rather strive toward the unheard of Era Nova? Or return to the prosperous Era Chrysia of our past?
Would you rather run towards the future or
Make
towards
your
the past?
choice. Now, which of the two would lead mortals to an ideal future?
The future, because the past is the past. No hesitation. Era Nova is a path of salvation the gods promised. We should not have doubts in the flame-chase journey.
We all know that Era Chrysia is a thing of the past, Lady Kindness.
Yep.
Please, enlighten me. How does the Council of Elders plan to turn back time?
Let the three titans of calamity be born, and Era Chrysia is nevermore. But bring demise to those titans, and Era Chrysia will descend upon us again.
What about the fucking Dark Tide? Oh?
know that the Council of Elders is never one to make empty promises. Look at who we have on our side.
Not gonna be that simple.
Anaxagoras, one of the Grove's 7 sages. And Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death.
How is this gonna play
With
out?
the help of these 2 heroes, I can promise all of you that Era Chrysia will exist once more.
Yeah,
Aren't
on
they
our
Chrysos
side is a
heirs?
big mistake there.
They're supporting the Council of Elders instead?
It's clear from the start that these heroes do not get along well in their group. All the more proof that Aglaia isn't fit to speak on behalf of every Chrysos heir. I am in favor of Era Chrysia.
Era Chrysia! Era Chrysia!
Alright, yeah. Fair, getting 2 Chrysos eras on your side definitely would turn things. Conflict there.
Castorus? Why are you standing over there?
Oh, the hurt in his voice!
You finally arrived, Anaxa. So have you.
Oh, Lynen's felt so sad there.
Don't worry, Aglaia. Well, I know that you have many queries. Could you continue to converse like how the citizens normally do?
Oh.
Tell me, dear citizens, if we successfully retrieve and return Thanatos' core flame without anyone passing the Death Titan's trial, what would happen next?
The answer
The little shake was
is
everything.
simple. We will have a chance to rid the world of death and bring Amphorius back to an era when all beings live forever.
Doubt it's that simple.
We'll usher in a new
Especially
future
given
that will be
Anaxa's
entirely different
research.
from the flame chase journey.
He's one of the 7 sages.
They're discussing fervently.
Your proposal is much too idealistic. As long as the Black Tide still
Yeah.
exists, how can we go back to the old days?
Remember what I previously said? Kefali's core flame is guarded by the secret power of the Council of Elders. Plus, Fagusa's water curtain will be able to block out any external perceptions. Tell me, dear citizens, have any of you ever seen even a glimpse of the threat that this person is talking about anywhere within the walls of this majestic
What
holy
is
city?
Anaxa's angle here? Because we're losing this debate.
Oh. Could it be that you heard that from the Flame Reaver themselves?
Yeah, he's absolutely
sing the blessed hymn.
separated from all the people he cares
Beautiful
about in this
old
moment.
World, where are
Or at least
you
the people he
now?
cares most
O
about.
legendary Era Chrysia, return to the mortal realm.
After the destruction of the 3 Titans of Calamity, the Flame Chase journey will have to end.
Cheering in excitement now, okay.
This is bad. The masses are now totally riled up.
Anaxa, pray tell. Everything that you've mentioned hinges on the premise that we
Oh,
can
but he
find
knows how to
Thanatos'
find it now.
existence, right?
Thank you, Lady Aglaia, for still caring about this city. However, dear citizens, we are truly fortunate and blessed. For Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death, will surely find Thanatos under
Okay, he's
my
just saying that
guidance.
they'll do it, not how they will.
What?
With that, I solemnly promise that the core flame Lady Castorus brings back will be personally managed by the Council of Elders. Thereafter, if we are able to garner the support of all of you at the Citizens' Assembly, we shall spare no effort in ensuring that the Era Chrysia will return to our world once again.
There's a lot of speculation going on here. Continuing to cheer in excitement, alright.
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. Buy carefully into Lenten above, as the Theoros I have observed. Akama has chosen her destiny.
Interesting.
The issue up for discussion at this Citizens' Assembly shall be modified to the suspension of the Flame Chase journey. This resolution shall be put up on the Wall of Heroes, such that all citizens are aware of the city's way forward.
Huh.
Aglaya, dear.
Things are not going our way.
What has caused your heart to soften? You also don't seem to be as quick-witted as before.
Wag your tongue as much as you like. Since the Flame Chase journey has been preordained by the prophecy, our failure has never been on the cards.
Faith in fate.
Well then, I guess we'll find out if that's true at the Citizens' Assembly.
Lygus announces the conclusion of the debate and the attendees part ways. Huh. Let's talk to Castorus. Actually, wait, does Phynon have something sad to say? No, we can't talk to him. What's up, Castorus? This is the deal you made with Anaxa,
Well,
right?
It seems that when I sent you to look for Anaxa, I unintentionally facilitated your partnership with him instead.
It would seem. But we know it's all to save us.
My apologies, everyone. I know that you have many questions to ask me. I will answer them to the best of my knowledge.
In that case, please tell us as much as you can.
What happened when you went to look for Anaxa?
In actuality, he showed me a past that was both long and heavy.
Okay, revealed some secrets of the past.
The reason I say
We see the rest of this.
is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you
Alright,
were in
picking
the
up a little
Netherrealm?
bit earlier than we left off.
Yes, I am but a living dead
Letting us
man
get the context.
But that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes.
Yeah. Oh, now we're to Castorus's POV. POV.
Have you heard of this tale before?
Ooh, Polixia.
A tale about the ocean god's treasured pearl, our hometown.
Oh.
It was a seaside town which enjoyed the ocean breeze and glorious, peaceful times, thanks to the wisdom
That's
of
not
its
what's being
ruling
shown
queen.
here.
Until one day, an evil dragon descended upon the town. Its wings were large enough to blot out the sun.
Given that we
Its claws
swapped
were sharp
Castorus
enough to rip
POV,
the
is this
waves
Polixia
apart.
talking to Castorus?
It barged into the tall tower and devoured the queen's beloved daughter. It even settled itself in her bedroom, like a tyrant king. The queen assembled 300 warriors who managed to subdue the evil dragon by chaining it up. However, when the queen slit open the dragon's belly, she realized that the princess had long since been digested, and all that was left of her was a pile of bones. Devastated, the queen wept for several days. It was then that a devious, smooth-talking
We're
scholar
returning to
arrived
this
at the
story,
palace
it would seem.
and suggested that the princess could be revived through the use of dragon bone and dragon blood. That liar called this process the secret art of alchemy. The
Suspicious.
princess was reborn! The queen was overjoyed, blissfully unaware that the evil dragon's soul still lurked within the princess's body. As
I'm not gonna say
revenge,
much for spoilers'
the
sake,
evil
but this is
dragon
literally
swallowed the
delicious in
poor queen,
dungeon.
the glib liar, the courageous warriors, and all of the town's innocent civilians in a single gulp. Worse still, the souls of the deceased were refused entry to the Netherrealm because they were filled with regret. Forced to roam the mortal realm These resentful souls ultimately converged into a river of souls.
Oh.
That would not retreat for a long time.
Interesting. The River of Souls is not a passage to the Netherworld, but a conglomerate of souls who could not reach it.
Our hometown fell into ruin as well. Until...
Oh, okay.
Until?
Yeah, okay, so Polixia has a wheelchair, yeah.
I don't know what happened next either.
Oh my... It seems that you still like to whet people's appetites even after all this time, Polixia. So, according to your story, this is how I used to look? It's practically a mirror image.
Very interesting, yeah.
And yet, what exactly is this?
I also can't help but acknowledge the fact that
a miracle
she,
that I created
on a whim, chose the name Calypso to disguise
and
herself.
how I was able to accomplish it, I'll keep the answers
And
to myself.
Nias was the name given to a fragmented piece of
Goodness.
Nikador.
Is this cliffhanger really necessary?
It's rather interesting that they both, separate from each other,
Quiet Titan.
chose names that were their original mortal names, if we are to trust this.
Reveal itself.
Dragon, huh? I've heard this legend before.
In that case, what do you think of it?
I think that this so-called alchemy was a tenuous analogy added to the story by future generations. After all, you've never heard of a tradition of alchemy in your hometown before, have you?
Interesting.
Indeed. Before I left home to pursue my education, I never even knew that anybody was looking into this area of study.
Oh.
Therefore, we can just treat this tale as a fable told to young children.
A fable, you say? If so, what moral is it trying to impart to the kids?
I guess it might be the concept of equivalent exchange?
It keeps coming up. Goddamn alchemy and its equivalent
I thought the
exchange.
moral might be closer to something like honor the dead.
Yeah.
What? At a loss for words?
No, I merely realized that we're both thinking of the same principle. If life is priceless, then there is hardly anything else in this world that is of equal weight to it, right?
I suppose, yeah.
Indeed. As expected of the wisest scholar in the land.
You flatter me. Why don't I ask you a question as well, as a form of equivalent exchange?
Okay.
Of course. What is your question?
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
I just had a thought.
What kind of strange question is this? I got it. You're just trying to get me to tell you whether I like anyone, right?
Let's just leave it at that. That was rude of me.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I would.
Oh?
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I'm certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation.
Is it possible that Castris is the one who died and Polixia saved her, but due to
and the
equivalent
rest.
exchange, sacrificed
We'll all
herself?
have to face that fateful moment eventually.
Is that a possibility?
My time is finally here. However, perhaps because of my firm belief in the immeasurable value of life,
Oh.
I am unable to complete the trial.
Maybe.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. It is a pity that fate is such a cruel mistress.
Is there no other way of interpreting those words?
I'm afraid that the meaning is clear. Between my sister and me, one must pay the price. Our trial can only be completed when the one chosen
So Polixia sacrifices
her life.
herself to save Castris?
I'm afraid that the prophecy might even have selected a pair of twins for this exact purpose.
If that was always the intent of the trial, it makes sense.
Fortune makes fools of us all.
Interesting. All of them are lit up
sister
but
is
death.
prepared to sacrifice herself, and yet
Or at least they think that's the symbol
I
of
can't
death.
do the same. How absurd. My time is almost up, but I'm still afraid to welcome death. What should we do? If I'm ultimately not able to make up my mind...
Since Chaos is willing to guide all of us and leave this trial to the end, there is still plenty of time for you to ponder.
That's right. Don't allow the fog of an uncertain future to cloud your mind.
Trial, prophecy, the topics that they're discussing
Yeah,
seem
becoming
familiar.
demigods.
But these three people must not have left their names in the epics. Otherwise, I would have some recollection of this.
Amphorius's history before the Titans were born was complete chaos. Is that not strange by itself?
Yeah, that is
I
interesting.
have long held three hypotheses about this. However, let's continue watching for now.
Okay.
Calypso, Polixia, and this warrior. I seem to have met
nice.
him somewhere before.
Regarding this matter, Nias, are you confident that you'll complete your trial?
Of course. Though, I am worried about what will happen once I've emerged victorious.
Interesting.
Looks like you have made up your mind.
Yes, this is the safest course of action.
Oh? What's that?
Completely separating courage,
Oh yeah,
honor,
what we learned.
tenacity, sacrifice, and reason. You really know how to make things difficult.
So that was done then. Or at least conceived of as a plan.
Please, young lady, witness my fall and demise. Lady Calypso, you shall host the soul-rending ceremony.
Interesting.
I do not understand. Why would you dare to sacrifice yourself for a future that you won't get to witness?
Now that's a question.
Because this is our destiny.
Purpose.
The power that resides within me is so intense that I will one day be engulfed by it.
Interesting.
Furthermore, a valorous death before glorious return has always been the path I chose to walk. A journey I began long ago. If your sister or Kaos were in my position, I believe they would make the same choice as well.
Okay.
I'm not that brave.
I'm very interested in Polixia as a character.
I don't know
so
how
far.
I'm supposed to face such a serious affair.
Despite being Death's chosen one, it seems you still don't know how to face it. Let's chat, young lady. Perhaps I shouldn't end my journey so hastily.
Ah.
Since there's still time, I'm not worried about letting fate wait a little longer.
Of course. This warrior is Lord Anias.
Took a little while
As
to
the
figure that out.
embodiment of Nikador's divinity, he entrusted his life to us and allowed humankind to end his madness. That means that what I'm currently seeing before my eyes is, in fact...
Looks like one hypothesis of mine has already been proven true.
Yeah.
These heroes are the true forms of the Titans, before they attained their divinity.
There's a lot of questions about Polixia
the chosen
and
one
Castris
of
so
death
far.
that he speaks of is actually...
Polixia? Is the previous form of Thanatos? But her appearance...
It's rather similar, isn't it?
If this is true, as long as we can find out where she went, we'll naturally be able to figure out the location of the Death Titan.
But before that, we first need to witness what ultimately happened to Lord Anias.
I mean, though the scale is different, I think it would be safe to say that Emanators are similar to demigods, but from a power standpoint, I think it would be arguable to say that Titans are along this level of Emanators, potentially.
Sacrifice.
Given the relative power we've seen of Emanators.
The only thing that remains is reason.
Cheer up, young lady. There is no need to shed tears over a glorious death.
I cannot say I predicted this to be the angle the story went, but I sort of love it.
Our sorrowful Lord Nias.
No, young lady. As a warrior, I have witnessed too many bitter deaths. But now, all I feel
Different perspectives on death.
I did not know until this moment that mortals could live their lives in such a way.
Although only a sliver of your soul remains, you remain so optimistic. Or maybe the truth is that you aren't able to feel sorrow anymore.
To be honest, I don't know either. But I am certain of one thing. This is not an acceptance of death nor apathy toward it. It's not even a feeling of despair. I am just enjoying what remains of my life to the fullest.
No matter how ephemeral, how fleeting, enjoying life as it lasts.
Indeed. Along this journey that we've taken together, not only have I changed the world, I myself have also changed in the process. And now I have reached the journey's end. When I look back and see the grand epic that I've personally written, how could I not revel in that
Someone
fact?
who looks back at everything they've done and
But
is
when
happy,
you depart the mortal realm,
content.
won't all of your accomplishments be reduced to nothing?
There will be those who remember.
Separation and death are two sides of the same coin. Reconciling this doesn't come easily for a mortal.
Finally, let me recount to you a story of mine, young lady. The first time I returned from the battlefield, I felt extremely hollow.
Interesting.
The calamity had devoured everybody on the battlefield but me. When I returned to the city alone, the citizens held a banquet for me that was far from pleasant. I felt as though I was still on the battlefield, and the person who had returned was nothing but an empty shell.
Wow, okay.
It was late into the night by the time the banquet ended. My head still reeling, I returned alone to the barracks. On the way back, I encountered someone. It was a crazed scholar looking at the night sky and muttering to himself by the side of the road. Although I tripped over him and fell, I wasn't angry in the slightest. And maybe because I saw myself in him, I inexplicably asked him a question. Do you think that it'd be better if we just died on the roadside like a couple of stray dogs?
That's certainly a question.
To my surprise, he shrugged his shoulders and sighed.
How does someone who is currently experiencing death, dying and living, afford the same amount of bliss?
Wow, that's certainly a thing to
Now
say.
please go away and don't block my starlight.
Jesus.
Are you trying to say that there is no difference between living and dying? For they are both journeys that lead toward death?
Huh.
That's exactly what life is.
We all are
And
slowly
death
dying.
is
Our bodies are
but a
deteriorating.
scale to measure how valuable the journey was. Journeys and trips are only glorious and magnificent because all things must eventually fade to dust. Therefore, young lady, don't detest your fate. Instead,
Interesting.
willingly and respectfully embrace it.
A believer in fate and destiny.
Telling me about the majesty of the world.
Certainly an interesting thing.
Indeed. I believe that when the fated moment eventually arrives, you will be able to understand my words. It is time for me to knock on death's door. I will set up a long table at the end of the road and humbly await your arrival.
Nice. God, I love Naya so much.
Comes, let us drink and be merry then.
Hell yeah.
I knew this day would eventually come.
Makes sense. Makes sense that that would occur for Strife to develop such a point of view, though.
Are the both of you ready?
Polixia,
We're actually seeing the sister.
I'm here.
We're seeing Castris or a version of her.
What? This...
Oh boy, it's getting spicy. What's the answer? What's going on here?
Quite interesting indeed.
Castris has no memory of this, it would seem.
Polixia's sister. Is it... me?
Ooh boy.
Now, it's time for us to fulfill our promises.
Voice is a little bit different. I think still same voice actor, obviously, but just different sort of tonality.
What are you afraid of?
won't be able to do it.
Huh.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. As foretold in the prophecy, and according to our vows, once it all ends, we must face our fated moment head-on.
Interesting.
Even if it was prophesized, do we have no say in the matter? It's so unfair. Why are we the only ones who are forced into mutual destruction?
That is brutal. It is cruel.
Let me do it, sister. Let me be death's sacrifice. I was never long for this world anyway. But you're different. I was the one who wasted your life after all. You're wrong, Polixia. I don't think that my life was wasted. Just the opposite. When I finally arrived at this destination and looked back at the journey I took, I discovered that flowers had long since bloomed along the path I walked. It was you who sowed the seeds for this sea of flowers. One that is more beautiful than the promised land at the end of the world.
The path she walked was given meaning and beauty because of Polixia.
I have lived a fulfilling life. Even though I was fated for sacrifice, none of the things that I've experienced will dissipate. Instead, they'll forever live on as memories inside your head. Will they not?
Huh.
How could my memories of you ever compare to the actual you? Well then, tell me. What exactly...
Returning to that question.
I don't know. I don't know either. But regardless of what the answer is, regardless of how we're shaped by others, or even by this world, ever since we were born, the fact that we existed was predestined, and nothing could erase it. This is why I will always, always be by your side. We're twins, after all.
What does this turn out, though?
All right, my dear Polixia. It's time to extract my heart.
Oh, the heart.
And light the flame of death.
Huh.
After that, use it to plant the first bud in the prophesied new world.
By bringing about death, you plant a new life. Interesting. Rebirth. Oh, that was solid sound design.
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you,
But there it is.
would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
So Castris sacrificed herself
Death
for the purpose of
is
death.
inevitable. In the days to come, I am certain that someone whom I cherish deeply
But Polixia couldn't live with that.
If such a mighty power really existed,
And now that has come to pass.
I would use it without hesitation. Even now,
I think maybe the reason Castris does not remember any of this is because
This is
the
why,
way that she was brought
sister.
back
I promise you,
did not bring her memories with it.
in the prophesized new world, I shall plant the first bud on your behalf.
And it likely cost Polixia her life in some form.
Go now. Return to the ocean god's treasured pearl, our hometown. I shall open wide the entrance to the Netherrealm and grant you a second life. The living beings on this earth shall respond to my call and lead you to the sacred daylight. Remember, do not look back on the land of the dead, and do not stop moving. In the new world promised by the prophecy, march toward your new life. As for the price of our equivalent exchange,
She sacrificed herself for Castoris to return.
let me be the one to pay it.
Everybody,
Oh,
we've come to the end. Unfortunately, I am not compatible with the Supreme Being, so I was unable to completely fuse their soul into my own body.
Completely.
However,
implies that you could partially
being
do
able to glean all this from them is exciting enough.
Equivalent exchange.
I'm certain of this now. Before the Titans that we are well acquainted with were born, a group of heroes roamed the land. These heroes
This is a
followed
cycle
the
that's been
prophecy
repeating.
and took possession of divine authorities.
It's a loop
one
that
by
keeps
one,
happening.
until they eventually became the pantheon of the new world.
How many times has this
Just
happened?
like the flame chase journey of today, Amphorius's history is cyclical in nature.
My guess then is the Flame Reaver is the attempt
startling
to stop
revelation.
this. Break the cycle.
This means that the demigods, who bear the core flames, will also become the new titans.
Perhaps
at the
a
world's
past
end.
hero who realized the
Thereby
fault of
shaping
the
a
cycle
new
for some
world?
reason.
I believe that this is the truth behind the Era Nova, as mentioned in the prophecy.
Okay.
This is utterly unbelievable.
If that were to be the case, then the Era Chrysia has
Those
never
twins in the
existed.
past, even
And
if
Era
they
Nova
really
is just
are
the beginning of the next cycle.
Thanatos, their whereabouts are still unknown even today.
Are their whereabouts truly unknown? Didn't Polixia mention that seaside town? The birthplace of alchemy in the Tail of the Dragon.
Styxia.
In our world, there exists a city which perfectly matches that
Yep.
description. Styxia.
But the people there worship Vagusa and bear no relation to Thanatos. I have also never been to that place.
As
in
far
the
as you
time of
remember.
Idonia, it had long turned into underwater ruins.
Take this.
Oh?
This is...
The new Sporist masterpiece.
The Philosopher's Stone? He made
It
a
was made by
Philosopher's Stone.
transmuting all of the sage's wisdom into a single entity.
Oh,
With
wow.
their flesh and blood as its foundation.
Oh, what the fuck did he
Remember?
do?
I've mentioned before that the art of alchemy is all about conversion, tempering, and ascension. This process also applies to the pursuit of truth. Regardless of how unbelievable this sounds, the truths of the world have been refined from the impurities. Think about the story of the dragon. This
He's
stone will
completely
lead
Full
you
Metal
to your
Alchemist-ing
real
this.
hometown, allowing you to reform the door to the Netherrealm and discover Thanatos' fate.
You still look as confident in your victory as ever. But what if your conjecture is wrong?
Simple. I shall merely admit to the entire world that my experiment
A true scientist.
However, my line of thinking will not fail because I have already planted the seeds of doubt into the hearts of the masses.
Huh?
Actions speak louder than words, Castoris.
With the assembly about to begin, don't forget the promise you've made.
Okay.
I've already searched for so long. I'm willing to try one more time. While we converse, her life is also slowly slipping away.
There's a timer.
But before I leave, I have another question. What exactly did we witness just now?
That is a fair question.
That was the world imprinted in Kefali's soul.
Okay. Kaus was
If
Kefali.
we are to prove its existence,
or Kefali
you
was
must take
Kaus.
the final step. Go. Do not disappoint me.
Huh.
I understand.
Wild.
Hey, child of humanity.
Getting a little left behind here, Circes?
Don't get antsy. I still remember the question you posed to me. As a scholar, I do not wish to offer up ambiguous conclusions. Let's discuss this topic again when she manages to find the evidence.
Alright.
I merely wanted to ask, was that stone transmuted from your heart?
I mean, he is an empty shell.
If so, rebirth
He sacrificed his own
no
chance
longer an
at
option
living.
for you.
Why not? When I was a child, I lost someone dear to me. When I was a teenager, I lost my faith. A while back.
So we weren't that
although
far
you
off
saved
in the
my
beginning
life,
of this stream when
I
we
also
said,
lost my
well,
soul in
we,
the
as if it
process.
wasn't one of you,
Now I'm merely forsaking
that
my body. What's the
really
big
only
deal?
one of us could be saved.
Why are you always finding ways to die? Isn't it
Like, I
good
can't
to be
avoid finding new
alive?
ways to die. Didn't stick the first time, so he kept searching.
It's but a necessary sacrifice on my path to transform into the purest of them all.
Huh.
Can someone who's dead even claim to be the purest of them all? Furthermore, if your hypothesis is proven correct, does it not just confirm that the myths are true, and thereby invalidate all your theories?
He's collecting them for sure, and he's doing it intentionally.
No, it's just the opposite. If my hypothesis is correct, it means that I can actually ascend to godhood and reshape
It won't
this
matter how dead
absurd
his mortal
world
body
that
is if
you
he
all
becomes a god.
have created.
Wow. Holy shit.
That's a lot to take in at once.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Lady Aglaya.
The main question here
Please,
then, though, is
let
why
me
is
explain.
Anaxa still complicating things with siding with the elders?
You know that the core flame of death has always been the greatest unknown regarding the Era Nova, which is why both you and Kindness desire to gain the power to control that core flame in the approaching Citizens' Assembly. Professor Anaxa has come to a consensus with Kindness. They want to suspend the trial once Thanatos' core flame is reclaimed,
Okay.
hoping thus to eradicate death from this world.
Yeah.
If they're successful, then the flame chase journey will cease, and Akama can enjoy everlasting peace.
But I doubt it's that simple.
But I know this runs counter to your wishes. So long as we do not usher in Era Nova, the Black Tide will never be eradicated. Even with Lord Mighty on the front line, and the Black Tide not posing an immediate risk, the danger nevertheless remains.
Maide is still mortal.
Honestly, it's difficult for me
To a
to
degree.
assess the pros and cons in this decision. But someone must bring the core flame before we can begin negotiations over it. The Titan could be very near. I cannot let this chance slip by. Besides, someone has to make this trip to bring back Mrs. Soul.
And she's
Well
gonna be the one to
said.
do it.
You already had every reason to seek an audience with Thanatos. It's that great performer who
Yeah.
has weaponized your wishes and placed us in this difficult situation. A world without death. Do you desire that too?
That is a good question.
If fate dictates that my path must oppose yours, I will do all I can to resist it and protect what I aspire to achieve.
An interesting response.
Lord Mighty showed me that without taking the first step, all talk of what follows is moot.
Yeah, fair. You've changed.
I have always hoped to hear you speak your mind, Cass. And I am glad to have heard your true thoughts.
Yeah.
Styxia. I visited that place in the past. Though it is now an island surrounded by the river of Soul's torrents, it's not hard to see its former splendor.
Oh yeah, he's really good at manipulating people.
Go. I will not stand in your way. As for you, you are someone who has cheated death. I believe you have more than enough reason to make the trip with Casterus and meet the god of death himself. Casterus, I too look forward to your journey. I wonder what kinds of new interpretations your completed story will bring to the Flame Chase journey.
Thank you, Lady Aklia.
I hate to put a damper on this heartwarming moment, but if Styxia is now an island surrounded by the river of Soul's torrents, then how do we find a way in? Lady Treeby is probably
not the best option to use given circumstances.
Is quite simple. In the myths, Zagreus once made the domain of the dead their treasure vault. That is to say,
we use Cypher to
they
get
could
there.
enter and leave the nether realm.
That's
as
how
they
she becomes
pleased.
relevant. I just was having the thought of when does she come in?
And if they could do that, then it follows that the demigod who inherited their divinity must be capable of the same. I'll see you at Marmorial Palace at Action Hour tomorrow.
Okay.
Cypher shall be your guide to finding that ancient city.
Cool. The tumultuous day finally comes to an end. Everyone disperses, each lost in their own thoughts. Odd. Ah, Nameless Recollection. Okay. Let's do that. Oh, Sylvan's eyelashes are fluttering. That's the look of someone lost in thought. Mem. That's cheating. How did you suddenly start copying me? But it's no easy feat to truly master the fairy tongue. You have to stay close together to really get the hang of it. But for now, let's open a new chapter. I want to share a new tale with you. Alrighty. Bonk. Ah, 3 tales. Interesting, okay. Let's start with Hyacine. In the courtyard. On the leaves, the rustling wind plays a melody as the girl looks over this courtyard, her petite and exhales, gently dispersing the palm-held blessings. The entire yard is lit softly, like a dandelion bathed in sunlight. I'm very good at speaking.
Is this courtyard a tad too small? It's okay, Clementine. As long as it provides warmth plenty.
Okay. The girl makes the courtyard tidy, and in the Evernight lands outside the Holy City, there is now a light curing souls' maladies. The girl's skills can bring forth miracles, but today she welcomes a patient quite special.
Welcome to the Twilight Courtyard. How can I help you?
The gravely patient shakes their head.
The end times are coming, and we all wander more and more. Oh, you may heal our wounds, but you cannot cure despair.
The girl watches the patient leave, and her heart swells in sorrow.
Clementine, prepare some things of me. I want this place to be brighter tomorrow.
Somewhere happier, somewhere nicer, somewhere that can potentially cure despair. Interesting. The redhead child takes the girl's hands.
Long time no see, Hyacinth. Are you here in Akuma for a visit, or do you need help from us?
Gee, I wonder who that is. The girl recounts her
I want
needs.
some shining things, even if they're considered junk.
Multicolored paper bags, crystal clear glass, buttons variously dyed, and jingling wind chimes. The girl brings them back to the courtyard and spares no effort to decorate all around. And when some fireflies wander in, the girl is all smiles.
Little ones, thank you for your light.
The patient returns here and opens their eyes wide. Multicolored dreams on the rooftop now reside, and the lawns contain the sweet whispers of sunlight. A soft breeze passes, with no hint of cold, only serving to wake the playful chimes and ocarinas of delight.
Wow, there's light everywhere. What a warm place.
The news is soon spread by the grove, and people with empty hearts visit in droves. The girl prepares candies and tea, and listens to every visitor's complaints. People say there was once a star called the sun in the sky, but now that star is no longer there. People say that Aquila took away the world's light, but they still left behind a heart bright, to illuminate this happy dream in the night. Like the blizzards in the month of mourning doth calamity fall, burying warmth and dawn's calls. Orderless tides swallow up the grove of reason, and that tiny healing haven is also extinguished, broken and barren. When the girl far from home hears of such grave news, the wind brings her to her a moment of confusion, but it also evaporates the tears that briefly sparkle into being, and the girl still smiles bright and happy. Interesting. Soon the people of Akuma see once again the girl collecting more pieces and tokens, wanting to rebuild that pure haven. But she never realized that wherever she stood, she herself was that holy courtyard, that light-filled haven. Huh. Nice. Interesting, okay. Now let's follow up with Anaxa. I like that he's upside down here. Chapter 2. This is a tale buried in history. One day, a student, elated in victory, dashed around the grove's territory.
I saw the spell the professor carved on his body.
The youth with white hair was beside himself in joy.
It must be a power most secret, a means for one man to stand against 1,000.
The spell was rare indeed, for it was a secret way to overturn a cart of hay. Huh. The scholar was still a mortal body, and yet to snatch life from death, or to reforge a new flesh through a god's remedy. Various minute tricks and parody, he studied them all, crafting schemes oh so busy. For everyone knows he wishes not to use the divine power that is his, refusing rightful custody. And in that unwitnessed moment of his death, final tragedy, he still held the hay cart spell steady, standing alone, facing the evil enemy. Now, that craft is regarded as a magnificent study, not because of what it was, but because of its purpose, known to everybody. In fact, he once crafted miracles, forging silent servants using soil as vehicle. Though no sentience, they do their job without obstacles, rivaling Titankin in spectacle. However, one day he suddenly changes his tune.
Creation is the Titan's work, and slavery is the Titan's
Jesus.
manacle. When imitating divine evil, there's no need to invest reason, most pinnacle.
Huh. Interesting. When the servants have all been recycled, he deigns not to explain, fearing to waste his reason or muscle. So he jokingly concludes the questioning with a chuckle.
If it's just for odd jobs, students are a better gamble.
God. Fucking Anaxa. The way he addresses himself comes from elsewhere, an imitation of a divine machine with some flair. He happily answers 5 questions for those unaware, knowledge seemingly given with stingy care.
For a wise one, 5 answers reveal creation's secrets, the truth hidden and bold. But a fool learns but not, and is left in the cold. Now, inquire.
That is, in fact, the scholar's crafty snare. He hides the answer he seeks behind questions posed by those unaware, doling breadcrumbs as bait to lure and compare, whether the inquirer may be worthy of his wisdom to share. The scholar never looks at laws and measurements, ignoring the flow and shift of time's passage, and uncomprehending students gossip in eager regiments.
He is panicked by the flow of time.
They skip the
For
first
his
line.
work is yet done, yet to implement.
The stubborn assistant
This
interjects
man
in
is
rare
too
display of
arrogant,
testament.
and he intends to desecrate Orynyx's accomplishments.
The passing sage from another school brings admonishment. Why, obviously to drag out class time as a statement. The student's answer seems rather adamant. Outside the courtyard, the gossip flows into the scholar's ear. He silently gives a grade to every question and argument, but none know the true answer according to his judgment. Huh. Very interesting. Anaxa is certainly an enigma. Yeah, it makes an amount of sense. I think you're right on that interpretation of that. Let us now finish with Casterus, though. Chapter 2, Willing to Adorn the Living. Born with an evil curse, her hand dips into lethal cinnabar and white lead to personally decorate the faces of the dead. Her skills are said to bestow beauty to on anyone, even transforming their appearance completely. Many skills were born out of her seclusion, but it painted her dwelling in a gloomy vision. Only a select few have set foot in this mansion, and the thief and the weaver were 2 such lucky persons. The girl converses with all items in the house, with specimens, tea sets, and even pillows in profusion, as if she can hear the responses of these non-living things.
I have always lived in isolation. Out of courtesy, this is how I practice my words and actions.
Huh. 'Tis hard to believe her explanation. Her face when talking shows such a gentle disposition, that unless she is telling fabrications, she must regard her partners as mere children. You see people pass you by so much. Not too surprising. People passed these rumors down within the area of her encirclement. All things became frozen, escaping time's increments. It is an exaggeration, that is certain, People only found an ancient lion's head in battle's ruined armaments.
Those words are true.
The head itself was nearly dead.
Though they won in fierce battle, the warriors were powerless to turn the tide. It was the embrace where death dwelled that gave early release from their pain.
This is how death escapes time. She keeps every final embrace hidden in her immortal heart. Out of her numerous works, butterflies and flowers often stand out stark. Ignite them and you can almost hear the maker's remark. Even in death's silence, her sound can still be heard. It is a gift greatly treasured by the maiden. Few have the honor to be graced with such work. Only one has the heart to burn such a gift, and the reason she gives is rather far-fetched.
I must peer into all fates unknown.
Ah. Okay. The power of time is boundless, but there is one thing it cannot conquer.
Death is abominable in humans' eyes. Apart from my identity, there's nothing about me worthy of praise.
The beloved Gold Weaver hears this in distress, then tries to teach her the art of weaving in threads. It has been said that the maiden has works that the Holy City possesses, but this is the judgment the Gold Weaver expresses.
Ah, well, none can know all things, nor be skilled in all crafts. Her works are too early for the living to comprehend.
Too early for the living to comprehend. Interesting phrasing. That's where they leave us. Huh. Very, very interesting. Story continues. We're getting closer to the conclusion of these people. Though there is still 5 left to be added to this. One of them should be us, interestingly enough, if we think about it. Huh. Okay. Very, very interesting. Everyone's stories are so deep, I can't keep up. Does Sylvan understand them? What is a god, exactly? Jesus, that is a question. Someone like me. Whoa, I guess you could say that. So, Sylvan, how about you become my god? Please protect me, okay? But still, I don't quite get it, so let me ask in another way. There must be a difference between gods and us, right? Otherwise, why would anyone ever want to become a god? That is certainly a question. Controlled? Could it be that we're already... if it's because I was controlled that I met Sylvan, then I suppose I wouldn't mind being controlled. As I keep asking, I only get more and more confused. Maybe I'll wait until I've grown a little more before discussing these things with Sylvan. Alright. Huh. Okay. A few more rewards. Huh. Alrighty. Well, with that, a little bit past midnight, and we only now are heading to Styxia. So I think, unfortunately, I might call things here. Because we don't know how much longer we have, and it's entirely possible it could be an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, who knows. So, I think this is a fair stopping point. I don't want to get too much farther into things, just to stop a little bit later. I will probably tomorrow morning or something make an announcement of when I'll follow up on this, whether that'll be tomorrow night or the day after or something like that. I need to think about it for a bit. Yeah, I'm very curious about the remaining heirs. The Cypher is really the only other one we've heard about, but yeah, I'm very much enjoying the quest so far. Obviously, there's a lot here that I can't really give my full conclusions on yet because we haven't gotten the full story. But I am very much enjoying the angle that both Castris and Anaxa's characters have taken. Castris's is a lot more predictable based on what her trailer and animated short and stuff were, but it interweaves so much better with Anaxa's stuff than I ever expected it would. Yeah, no, it's basically impossible for us to know how much longer there's going to be, and given that there's an entire other area for us to explore, pretty much whatever other conclusions will be come to on Castris' storyline, and whatever else they throw at us, I feel like it's safe to say that there's at least a couple hours of content there. So, realistically, we'll have a good chunk of stuff for another stream later this week. I don't think I'm going to wait a full week to follow up on this. I don't want to wait that long. It'll probably be either tomorrow or the day after that I do a stream. I just need to sort of figure things out scheduling-wise on my end. I should make a post about it tomorrow morning or afternoon, something like that. I'll try to do it as soon as possible. But honestly, I'd say my main takeaway here is I'm loving how sort of complicated Anaxa is as a character. He's not just someone who doesn't trust the gods. He's not just this intelligent, like, philosopher alchemist. But he is a prideful, ambitious, and truly blasphemous person. He would tear down the gods and the world they made to rebuild a better world in his image, in his mind. He's not satisfied by the path set before him towards demigodhood. He wants, through his own achievement, to reach true godhood. And I love that for character writing-wise. It's so much more interesting than Anaxa even already was as a character, because he was fun before, but now he's really interesting. And I very much appreciate how well it's interwoven with Castris' storyline, because honestly, going into this version, that was one of the main things I was worried about, was that Anaxa's storyline would just sort of be this separate piece that is stitched either to the beginning, the end, or sort of the middle, where though it absolutely was the priority for this first half, or whatever this ends up being, Castris was still relevant all the way through and was still important, and Death, Thanatos, and Castris, and all that stuff were relevant throughout. So it's all one thorough storyline. It makes sense why they were paired. It's not like an arbitrary pairing was made. And I very much appreciate that. It alleviated one of my biggest fears going into this. Now, of course, it's entirely possible that once we conclude Castris' stuff with Styxia and all of that, that suddenly we'll have an hour of storyline with another character that is entirely separate from what we've all been doing, but I'm hopeful that that won't be the case. But yeah, other than that, I think I want to withhold any further statements or opinions until we finish it, because I think I want to see how things conclude. I guess the last thing I'll just acknowledge is how fucking wild it is, the reveal that we are just dead and are made up of walking memories. That is insane, and I love it. And I'm so curious what the implications of that will be going forward. But, yeah. With that, I think I'm going to call it. I'll leave a moment for any final, like, pressing thoughts or questions any of you might want to prompt me with. We really are Roxas, goddamn, yeah. When will summer vacation end? That is the question. But yeah. I mean, from Don Hung's perspective, I understand why he kept it from us, because from his perspective, he didn't think that we actually died. He didn't have any reason to know that we were just some weird walking memory, because all he knows is that we were severely injured, he got knocked out, and when he woke up, we were safe and fine, and there was no body or corpse, as far as we know. Which means that though probably he had some questions of what happened, his first instinct probably wouldn't have been, oh, they're dead, because we're standing right in front of him. So I'm not surprised that he kept it from us, but it is interesting that he never, like, really pressed on, like, how are we okay? That kind of thing. God. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how it'll go. And I'm very curious to see if Don Hung will end up having to step up to the plate and become a demigod as well, and if so, which one he will become. I'm also very curious to see when the rest of the story, what am I saying? When the rest of the Astral Express is able to get involved. Probably once we deal with Aquila, but I'll be curious to see what happens when that is the case. Yeah, no, the puzzles were a lot better here. There was dramatically less so far. I'll be curious to see once we're sort of moving through Styxia, which will probably be a much more conventional dungeon. But yeah. With that, I think I'll cut it off here. I really enjoyed this. Hope you all did too. Even though there was the whole, like, hour delay at the start because it wasn't actually ready. Hopefully that doesn't become a pattern. And, yeah, I hopefully will see you all in a day or two to finish this out. Bye-bye! And now, once again, there's just going to be some time where awkwardly... oh, no, it actually just went by immediately. Okay.